So the technology is not working. Hi everyone, thank you so much for joining us on a Saturday. I think it goes to show what our teachers are like. We love a bit of CPD, particularly if it's free. Thank you so much for coming out to the face-to-face meeting with Teachmeet RS Icon. I'm Becky, I'm the coordinator. I'm just going to spend a little bit of time talking, just introducing what we're doing, introducing the team and saying some thank yous before we get started with our first keynote speaker. So first of all, like I said to you, thank you so much, and a huge thank you to our speakers who have given up their time and their expertise to come share with us today. We know it's a big ask, particularly after a long week of teaching and lecturing and all the other things that we do that go alongside it, but it is hugely appreciated. It's a little bit like a celebrity lineup this morning, and going into this afternoon. I just wanted to say a huge thank you for the time and expertise that you're bringing with you today. I also want to say a massive thank you to our sponsors that are here with us. They're going to talk to you about who they are and what they do, but none of this would be possible without them. They fund our event. We are a non-profit organisation. So without them, we wouldn't be sitting here and standing here. So a huge thank you to you for your time and for your kind of contributions as well. It's hugely appreciated. It's just a few little things from me this morning. I want to say a huge thank you to my team. Without them, this wouldn't have happened. We've been talking consistently, I think, since about August, and I don't think there's a day that's gone by that we haven't been messaging and trying to put this together. Without them, this wouldn't have happened. So a huge thank you.
You may have only known that I've spoken about this for maybe 3 or 4 years. I've actually been banging on about it since I was a teacher, probably of about 4 years, in about the year 2000, 2001. And one of the things that I constantly face when I talk to some people is, I don't see a problem. You're seeing a problem, James, that isn't there. You are biased. And I recognize, do you know what? I am biased. I don't think it's a surprise to anybody. I will express my bias right now. I'm a Mormon. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. And so I am one of those minority worldviews or minority religions that I'm talking about. So I do have a vested interest in this. But over the years, that has transformed into concern for lots of different things. And whenever I've spoken, and even I gave some evidence to the Commission on RE, and one of the commissioners basically said, yeah, all we need to do is if we give children some homework and some project work about, I don't know, Jainism or Rastafari or Jehovah's Witnesses, jobs are good at them, we're fine, because we don't need to change our curriculum at all. And that's problematic for me. And the reason that I think they said it, and this is me imagining, is that they are in a position of power. So their needs, whoever they are catered for. And so they have a representation within the curriculum. So it isn't an issue. And that's one of the things I talk about a lot is I have an issue because I'm involved in it. But I think everybody should, even if it doesn't necessarily affect them. I think that's especially when we should have that issue. And it's because of the lenses that we wear, and we know lenses is a big thing. So these are the 3D lenses I remember. Looking around the classroom, probably Paul's about the other one that's about my age. That's how I used to watch a 3D film. Jaws 3D came out and you had to sit and wear those. I have a problem. I'm blind in this eye. I can't even see this finger right now. I put on those glasses and everything goes blue. The red and the blue don't go together because I can't see a thing. So I would sit with my brother, who had 2 eyes, and liked to rub it in every now and again, and he could watch this and he could see it, it was wonderful, and Jaws and everything else was coming out of the cinema screen at it. So he didn't see a problem. And it was only when it was pointed out, well, actually I do, and my kids have had the horrendous upbringing of never going and watching a 3D film because I can't see it, that unless we are made aware of the issue, sometimes we actually don't see it, and we need to be aware of the lenses of privilege sometimes that we wear. So there are arguments against listening to minority voices. You will see different pictures of books, not that I'm flogging any, I promise. But in this, I outline the arguments which are made against using minority voices. And first one is the problems associated with the practicalities of the subject, and that's obvious. We have, excuse the French, a boatload of stuff to include within our curriculum. There are 6 big religions. How on earth do you split? So one of the schools that I worked at in Manchester, in Key Stage Street, which was 2 years at the time, we had to teach the 6 bigger world religions. So how on earth am I going to cover all of everything that I'm supposed to cover, and then some other stuff as well? So that is a problem. And some people have been listening. So Neil, okay, students should be made aware of diversity, but only after we've taught them the basics and the foundations. Okay, I have an issue with that. You'll be shocked to learn. We'll come back to that. Confusion. We're going to confuse the children if we start talking about diversity. That's just nonsense. I could go into it, but I won't. Subject knowledge. Yes, our subject knowledge with regards to some religions isn't great. I recognise that. I left the University of Chester in 1996. I then did a PGC up here in Manchester, and then I had to go into school, and I had only ever learned or studied Christianity and Islam. My first school, I was teaching Sikhism and I was teaching Hinduism. So, oh my goodness, I've never looked at it. I grew up in Macclesfield. If you don't know Macclesfield, it's the most monocultural place in the world. I had never met a Sikh in my life. Never come across anybody. But I'm expected to teach because, and this is what I talk to my students about, you have the skills to be able to develop that knowledge. So a lack of subject knowledge, that's just a lazy shorthand to, I just can't be bothered. Essentially. So we need to, that's not it. And the perceived dangers of smaller religions. I'm not convinced about that one. I think when people do it, they use the example of the Westboro Baptist Church. Well, that's a church in the US. That's not something that's lived in the UK. That's not something we need to talk about here. But yeah, I'm not quite sure about that. I don't know quite where that came from. And then we moved to the discussion of worldviews. And this was, when it happened, it was after the publication of Beyond the Big Six. I don't think it had anything to do with that whatsoever. It was just kind of the idea that we're going to expand and we're going to diversify what we're teaching. And so I thought this was a great opportunity, especially with regards to not just looking at personal worldviews, but looking at more worldviews. And so we were able to look at Jainism, for example, or Rastafari, or others. And so the worldviews curriculum will expand the various things, because I talk about a lot, and we'll talk about later, how messy religion is. And so if we're looking at the individual worldviews and the institutional worldviews, then that will expand. And yeah, we know that. And so this is the messiness that we talk about. The messiness of worldviews, religion worldviews, is central to the way that the teachers of RE frame that content. The recognition of worldviews makes the RE classroom messier, in the sense that there's a greater diversity and fluidity in what it means to be or inhabit a certain religious or non-religious worldview. So again, this was supposed to provide an opportunity. I know it's very early on in kind of the progression of the religion and worldviews curriculum. I'm not sure it's kind of lived up to its billing yet, and I will explain why in a moment. So it's not that we have to explore every part of diversity. So I am very well aware, so for example, within Christianity, I make numbers up all the time, so I do apologize. About 98% of the world's Christians believe in the Trinity. That number's made up, just plucked from the air, but a lot. So when I'm teaching year 7, and I'm talking about the nature of God within Christianity, I teach about the Trinity. I don't personally believe the Trinity. I am one of those non-Trinitarian Christians that I've been told don't exist. But anyway, so I teach the Trinity. But it just changes ever so slightly the way that I do it. So instead of Christians believe in the Trinity, and we'll talk about this later, it's most Christians believe in the Trinity. So it's not going down every rabbit warren to discover what Jehovah's Witnesses teach about the Trinity, what Unitarians teach about the Trinity. It's just about, okay, recognizing that that diversity exists. And as appropriate, exploring it, but I will talk about that later. There's still work to do. There is a lottery as to whether smaller expressions of religions are accepted in the design of the curriculum, teaching in the classroom, and the design of exam specifications. Now, I am chair of examiners for one of the awarding organisations in the UK. There isn't a Jain specification in our exam specification. There isn't a Rastafari one. But that's because the DFE told us which ones we were able to organise curriculum for and everything else. But it is a problem. But I also think it's a lottery in terms of teachers as well. And so if I go back to the beginning, if a person sees an issue, then they might want to address it. If they see that there's no issue whatsoever, then that's not going to address anything at all. So we need to ask our questions. Michael Apple said, whose knowledge is it? Who selected it? Why is it organised and taught in this way to this particular group? The mere act of asking these questions is not sufficient, and he talks about looking at the ideologies and everything else that people have. So Michael Apple's really interesting because it is whose knowledge is it? I used to think, when I was young, a long time ago, that kind of the curriculum was neutral. And we were told what to teach, and so we did it. And then Michael Gove became Secretary of State for Education, and I realised, no, it's a huge political tool. So it then dawned on me that the curriculum was dictated, if you like, or shaped by those voices that had a part of it. And the problem is, it's big voices. It's people with big voices that shape the curriculum. And that's problematic to me, because we miss the smaller voices sometimes that may have some really positive things to say and actually have a huge contribution to make. But we need to check ourselves and our bias. Now, I talk about how I'm biased all the time, and I recognize that. So I need to stop and think, why am I including this? What am I trying to do with it? Is it selfish? Or is there another way that I can do this? So we need to be aware that in RE, we have a special privilege with regards to the influence we can have on agreed syllabuses, but also what we can teach in our schools. Now, I think two groups who have been really good at getting their stuff on the RE curriculum are humanists and Baha'i. Now, I don't disagree with them being on the RE curriculum at all. I think they should be. But they are smaller, than Jehovah's Witnesses. According to the 2011 census, and we know the 2021 census comes out, I think, later this month for the religious detail. But in the 2011 census, there are less Baha'i and humanists than there are, well, Jehovah's Witnesses aren't on the census, but according to their membership records. Rastafari, Jain is bigger than Baha'i. But we will see Baha'i and humanism on all of our agreed syllabuses. Why? Because they're good at saying, you need to do this. And I think smaller religions have that role, and they need to be more proactive in what they do. But sometimes we don't really question whether we should include humanism and whether we should include Baha'i. And I think we should. But we do question why we do other things. So we need to consider those things. One of the best books I ever read was by a guy called Garen McGarvey. He wrote about life in Pollock, which is a suburb, of Glasgow. And he wrote about Pollock about 1991 is when he was talking about. And I lived there in 1991. And I lived there as someone who had gone in to help the community. And he described people like me, really, do-gooders, who had gone into the community to help. And basically they weren't helping. Because what he says is that enthusiasm to take part and be active in communities quickly dissipates when people realize the local democracy isn't really designed with them in mind. That it's designed primarily so that people from outside the community can retain control over it. We need to look at the RE curriculum sometimes that way as well. Is it being imposed upon us, or do we have some kind of voice in what's going on? We all, well, maybe this is just me because I'm petulant. I've sat in meetings and I've expressed a view and it's not listened, or I'm ignored. And then I express it again and it's ignored. So eventually I just think, do you know what? I'll just sit here and play on my phone. It's just easier because I don't want to participate in something that has already been decided. So we need to look at that, and we need to look at our privilege. An example of this, okay, and this is to do, well, I disagree with the choices that have been made, but you'll be shocked for that. This is one of the major awarding organisations in England, and I think the decisions that they have made have been influenced by the lenses that they wear. So, I think Ahmadiyya Islam, the one in the middle, is to Islam what Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses are to Christianity. Okay? There are beliefs that each of them hold that for the vast majority of Muslims or Christians place them outside of the mainstream. I'll go with that phrase. So for example, within Ahmadiyya, it's the belief in Mirza Ghulam Ahmad as a prophet, not a law-bearing prophet, but a prophet nonetheless, who carried on the work of Muhammad. For Mormons and Jehovah's Witnesses, it's a lack of belief in the Trinity. And also Mormons have another prophet as well, or prophets after 1820. One of the major warning organizations, if you answer from a Ahmadiyya perspective on the Islam paper, you get credited. I have no problem with that. I think that's the way it should be, because Ahmadiyyas consider themselves Muslims. Answer from a Mormon or Jehovah's Witness perspective on the Christian paper, yeah, you don't get any marks for that, because they're not Christian. So I have, quite regularly, emails from members of my church around the country who suddenly discover that they're not Christian based on one of the exam boards that their children is studying. Now, I think I would still have an issue if they applied the same rule to both, but they don't. And the reason that they don't, I don't know. My theory is, I have to quantify it with that, is the people that are in charge are Christian. So they know what they think Christianity is. There may be exceptions. And so and I'll personalize it, I don't fit, which is fine. But they don't know as much about Islam. And so it's easier to draw that because it doesn't affect them. So I think there is a huge, I have taken it to Ofcol, and apparently they don't want to listen to me either. But it's problematic because we don't recognize, and my problem isn't me. I couldn't care less what people think about me. That's not true, really, but I do. But when I think about it, I think about that child who is sat doing a specific exam board and she or he can't write specific beliefs. And for example, if they said, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a peculiar belief that we have, there's lots of them. But if they wrote something that was their belief and they wrote about it as Christian, they may get the marks. But if they mention Mormon or Latter-day Saint, then there's problems. So anyway, so there's an issue, and I think we all have a power dynamic at play. This lady is one of my heroes. You may have come across her. I've only come across her in the last few years. A lady called Bell Hooks. She passed away last year. She's an American educationalist. She builds on the work of Paulo Freire, and she's absolutely amazing. It's one of those books that I read, or one of her books was one of the ones that you read, that you agree with everything that she says, or well, I do anyway. And one of the things that she says is, in the classes I teach, students are often presented with new paradigms and are being asked to shift their ways of thinking to consider new perspectives. In the past, I've often felt that this type of learning process is very hard. It's painful, it's troubling. It may be 6 months or a year, even 2 years later, that they realize the importance of what they have learned. That was really hard for me, because I think part of what the banking system does for professors is create a system where we feel that we want, by the end of the semester, every student will be sitting there filling out their evaluations, testifying I'm a good teacher. Essentially, what I'm suggesting is not just problematic for students and may cause a bit of disequilibrium, to use a PR term, but it's going to cause that for us. It's going to challenge us as teachers. I'm writing a book about Buddhism at the moment, and I thought I knew Buddhism. And then as I've explored and I've interviewed and I've done all kinds of things with regards to Buddhism, suddenly realised I've scratched the surface. The moment you go beneath the surface, that chocolate box, that neat little packaged religion, disappears, and there's all kinds of diversity as we look through it. So I guess the question I have is, well, how on earth do we do this? It's all right, I can sit in my ivory tower and say we need to be diversifying and decolonising, but what does that actually mean for you in the classroom? It's been a few years since I've been a full-time teacher in the classroom, but how on earth do we do it? Now, most of you won't remember the television series, sorry. Paul's smiling because he's really old. Kevin's smiling. Yeah, okay. I can insult Paul because I know it was just. So there was a catchphrase which was language Timothy. Whenever he said something rude, and by rude it was like get lost, and it was language Timothy. So the first thing that we can do is we can adapt the language that we use. The easiest thing is many, most, and some. That's really not difficult. Apart from the defining characteristic, and I know this can cause discussion. So there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. For me, are the two defining characteristics of Islam. Muslims pray 5 times a day. Well, unless you're Shia Muslim and then you'll pray 3 times a day, but you're offering 5 prayers, which you put the second 2 together and the last 2 together. But if we use many, most, and some, it just saves us a problem. My eldest daughter, when she was in school, her teacher said, all Christians believe in the Trinity. And then Eleanor, because she's gobby, put her hand up, and her teacher said, yes, sorry, Eleanor, I forgot about you. And kind of said, yes, it's most Christians. And so it's just easier in that way. Now, so I think that's straightforward. Second one is slightly problematic. Alternative religions, minor religions, cults. So, cult, generally speaking, unless we are teaching the sociology of religion, has a pejorative meaning. It means weird, different, whatever. Now, if you're teaching sociology of religion, by all means use the phrase cult because it is part of that. But to describe a religion as a cult, why are we teaching it in the classroom if that's what we think about it? So it's a pejorative term. Minor religions. That means there's major religions as well. This is one of my bugbears. You'll discover that I have lots and lots of those. Calling a religion major suggests that there's minor. Well, I don't mind main. I don't mind bigger. I don't mind smaller. Majority, minority. But major and minor is value judgment. So again, but government uses all of those phrases. So we have to kind of be counter government. Alternative religions. Alternative is a euphemism. Okay, I lived only for a short time in the 70s and the 80s. An alternative lifestyle was for a euphemism of something that we didn't like. And I don't mean we. So it's like, it's just a nice way of trying to hide what we think. And also that then translates into the way that we teach. Because when we teach religions, we teach the headline grabbing stuff. We teach about Rastafari, we talk about smoking weed and reggae music, because that's going to engage the children. Well, actually, let's look at why Rastafari had to be developed, why it was developed in an anti-colonial way. And the Ital lifestyle, which are far more beneficial and far more central than any of the stuff that I think we want to teach. And so we automatically go to the bits that are going to cause controversy or we think kids will be engaged in. Well, do you know what? There's wonderful stuff in Jainism, in Rastafari, Baha'i, in humanism, in all kinds of religions. And we need to look at, well, how would you present that? And we need to think far more deeply. So, and we need to think about the way that we speak. So this is a book that's amazing. It's 15 stories, so it's really useful to look at 15 Muslim voices about how they celebrate Eid. And I've spoken to the author of this story, a lady called Huda al-Mahari. And this is based on her experience from school. I had tried to focus on following along in her textbook, but when the book described her sect, the Shias, as a radical group that broke away from mainstream Islam because they wanted to have a successor descent from the family line, I grew increasingly uneasy. Now, don't get me wrong, that's the Sunni interpretation of what happened. That's not the Shia interpretation of what happened. In the Shia interpretation, Sunnis broke off, and Shias are actually the successors to Muhammad. Now, I'm not saying as teachers we take sides. What I am saying is that in the third person, as we teach and try and teach positive neutrality, we don't take sides in arguments about that. We wouldn't stand in the classroom and say about the corruptness of certain churches leading to certain things. So we need to look at the way that we phrase things. And also, in the top right-hand corner, as you look at it, is a yardstick. We stop using Christianity as the yardstick against which we judge everything else. Religions themselves are guilty of this, or people from religions themselves. Baptized Sikhs, nah. People who've gone through Amrit, Khalsa Sikhs, definitely. Why do Sikhs use the phrase baptized Sikhs? So that me as a Christian, allegedly, I can understand what they're talking about. Sikh priest, that was a headline in the Manchester Evening News. Sikh priest was battered. Okay, that is horrendous. But why can't we use the word grantley? It might mean someone has to look a word up, but oh my goodness, we can do those types of things, and we need to stop using it. The bottom right-hand corner, we have the story of the Passover of Moses, where the Israelites or the Hebrews paint blood on the doorpost. There are some storybooks that paint it in a cross, and I've heard that taught. It doesn't happen. It's not recorded anywhere in the Tanakh or even in the Bible. We've also structured religions in ways that, and this is the colonial lens that we use. We structured religions so that they make sense. And it wasn't us, but it was our forebears, I guess. So we have to recognize the diversity, even in the religions that we look at. I come into most people's classrooms. Unfortunately, Helen, you're the only person whose classroom I've actually been into, and that was probably 12 years ago. So I can not insult people, but I come into your classroom and I learn about Sikhs, and I learn about Khalsa Sikhs. And don't get me wrong, great, wonderful, that's really important. Look at the British Sikh report, and actually the data from 2022 has just come out. 11% of respondents said that they are Amritdhari, which means they are Khalsa Sikhs. So that means, well, 86% said they're not, and 3% said they prefer not to say. But we go into the classroom and we assume every Sikh wears a turban, wears the 5Ks, and therefore is a Khalsa Sikh. So we need to perhaps reorient the way that Sikhism is taught within the classroom. And we need to think about, well, there's more diversity there. And the problem is, we understand the diversity of Christianity because it's the predominant religion in the UK. We may not understand the diversity that we find in other religions outside of Christianity. And again, with Buddhism, and I did this. 4 Noble Truths, Eightfold Path, okay, jobs of Buddha, life of the Buddha. Then you look, and so what we do is we kind of, and this may be just me, we look at Theravada views, and then we'll bring in Mahayana views when we look at the Wheel of Life. But we don't recognize the actual difference in interpretation and focus on the 4 Noble Truths that Mahayana have to Theravada. And so it's about looking at, well, these are the 4 Noble Truths, and it's not but, it's and. It's and Mahayana's interpreting this way, and so there is a bigger focus on sunyata or emptiness. Now, this is complex stuff. So sometimes for our younger classes, it's just for most Buddhists, or for some Buddhists, or many Buddhists, the 4 Noble Truths are the central teachings. That's all we need to do, because we leave the problematization till later. But we need to recognize those problems whenever we teach. Part of that is upskilling ourselves and learning about the things that we're teaching in greater depth, I think, rather than just accepting the PowerPoints that we've inherited from somebody else. So, for example, this is a really good book, but in it, he talks about Buddhist modernism, David McMahon, and he uses an ethnographic approach, which was kind of pioneered by Bob Jackson down at Warwick. And that's where we use authentic voices. We use people. And so David McMahon introduces us to 4 Buddhists: a Western Buddhist sympathizer, a Thai laywoman, an American Dharma teacher, and a traditional monk. You read their beliefs, you read their practices, and they are very, very different. And that's a really positive thing about using the ethnographic approach or using authentic voices, is we're not creating the problems there. We're showing children, well, do you know what? Individual worldviews within the institutional worldviews vary widely. And some of that is the cultural lens that we place on it, some of it is the denominational lens, all of those things kind of come to play within it. We need to be careful though. We don't just want tokenism. So let's throw them a bone and keep them quiet for a bit. We need to actually think through, why are we including this? What is it we're doing? And sometimes it's better not to include than to include badly. In fact, all the time, it's better not to include than to include badly. I sat at the back of a lesson watching someone teach about my religion. I had no idea why they were doing it, but they were teaching about my religion and it was completely inaccurate. So I never spoke about my faith within the classroom. I then had to do a lesson that undid everything that had been taught. So we need to make sure we're not just doing it to fill a gap, we're doing it properly, really. Okay, I'll explain that in a minute. This is something that I wrote 20 years ago. The study of RE can continue without mention of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. However, this study could be diversified and enhanced if the church were given an appropriate place within the classroom. Okay, that was 20 years ago. On the left is Gideon. Gideon is my son. That was him 20 years ago. That's him now. He's 6'4" and 21. He's changed ever so slightly. My views have changed ever so slightly. I was very polite 20 years ago. Look, we can continue the way that we are. Absolutely not a problem. Just continue on the way that we're going. But if you can, please give me a mention. Please mention the church, because it might help a little bit. Well, actually, my views have changed because it's not just my church that I'm concerned about. It's minority religions. It's smaller religions. And yes, it can. RE can continue without a mention of these smaller religions. But it shouldn't. It really, really shouldn't. It is doing a disservice to the children that we teach who are from those religious backgrounds, but it's doing a disservice to our subject that is far more varied than 6 big religions. Okay, I think I've got time for questions. So any questions, queries, moans, whinges? Because I purposely finished 10 minutes early to take some questions. Yes, young lady, is it Chrissy? I was behind you at signing, so that's how I know. Go on.
I know obviously most people might teach the base skills and some of them might not, but obviously I teach them the base stuff and we only have 1 hour with Clara. And I want to bring my knowledge in, but I just with teaching assemblies and RE always kind of being but sometimes I just don't know how to bring it in and bring it close. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. It really does. So one thing, we could completely redesign the curriculum, but you have a life and you want to actually go out every now and again. So that's possibly not going to be there. And unless the curriculum tells us that we have to and designs a way to do it, then okay. I think the minimum that we should do, and that may be appropriate for your setting, is just recognise the diversity that is there. So instead of talking in absolutes, so all Buddhists do this, all Sikhs do this, all Christians do this, if we begin to mention that there is diversity, so many, most, and some in the conversations that we have. What we don't want is children to go away with a particular view and say, well, all Christians do this, all Muslims do this. And then when they meet someone, well, you can't be a proper Christian because you don't believe this, you don't do this. So I understand the time pressures. And in an ideal world, we would be able to, for example, when we look at the environmental issues that maybe we look at, that we could bring in paganism and Jainism as well as one of the Abrahamic faiths. But if we can't do that, then it's at least recognizing that that diversity exists and maybe prompting children to go off and do some other bits and bobs with regards to it. But at least, yes, with the pressures that you've got, just recognizing the diversity that's there. So whenever I teach Christianity, the first thing that I say is, how many different types of Christians are there? The numbers, the highest I've ever had is 50. And we know in, I think it was year 2000, there were over 30,000 different Christians. So problematizing the religion is key, really, at the beginning. And then go, sorry, I rant on for a bit after. Okay, any other questions, queries, mentions? You are free to disagree with me. I'll then tell you why you're wrong, but you're free to disagree with me. Oh, no, there's a lady over there, sorry.
Sorry, I kept waiting too long.
Right, wait there, so people at home actually hear what you are saying. Hang on there.
This is pressure now.
You mentioned a little bit about how teachers can influence the locally agreed syllabus.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how that can happen, particularly for example, in Rochdale and many other areas of Manchester, we've bought in syllabuses from RE today. Can you expand on that a little bit more then?
Thank you for that. We should have just
Yeah, I don't think you should have bought in syllabuses, is the answer. And I know that happens, and I know why that happens, because it's easier for the local authority to kind of subcontract that out. And before I left teaching to go into university, where I still continue to teach, I was helping to write the Manchester Agreed syllabus. I then left, and they bought in one because there wasn't the expertise within the local authority. I was the AST at the time. So off the shelf, yeah. And although, how can I put it? I probably can't put this politely. Although there's tinkering around the edges, and so the Manchester one might be slightly different to the Derbyshire one to reflect certain things. If you look at them, they're generally very, very similar. And I think, and I know that there are others in this room who will disagree, but I think the localness of a syllabus is really, really helpful. Yes, there's an argument for a national entitlement, but I think even if that comes in, there needs to be the ability to tinker with it on a local basis so that you can respond to local needs. And so if you sit on a SAPRE, when the discussion comes up, we can perhaps make our mind, well, actually, I think we need to develop that locally. Now, there is a problem that comes with that. So I've been asked to attend Telford and Wrekin SAPRE because they hadn't sat for about 3 or 4 years, and I did some work with some local schools, so I went in and just sat as an observer. And one of the suggestions that came up, because no one knew where the agreed syllabus was should we buy one in? And so I spoke very vocally, because I've got a big gob, saying I think you need a locally agreed syllabus, because Telford is particularly, I don't know, diverse. Everywhere has a particular makeup. I then had to put my money where my mouth was and say, okay, I'll work with teachers and not get paid, and we'll write that syllabus together. So yes, I'm not the biggest fan, and Lat will probably kill me for saying it, but I'm not the biggest fan of bought-in syllabuses because they aren't as dynamic as ones that are written in the local area, but it requires a lot of work from teachers in the local area to put those together. And it needs a couple of people to lead that. So yeah, I don't know how we change it, apart from almost lobbying our SACRAs next time it's due, say, let's have a go at doing this, and we can get a working group of teachers who we think we can put that together. Sorry, Tom.
Oh, no,
Okay, thank you for the question then.
Any more? Right, okay, we'll have that.
Right, oh my God. Just to say thanks everyone for coming today, because our events obviously wouldn't be anything if people didn't decide to sort of invest the time. So it's brilliant to see everyone here in a packed room today. Just as you know, our events are free. So you know, we try to give that option to classroom teachers of being able to come to these events for free. And the way we do that is through our sponsors, who you can see around the room today. So we've got Oxford University Press over here, we've got Hodder over there, we've got Holy Land Gifts over here, and we've got Indoxa Learning over here. And two sponsors who aren't here today, we've got Pupil Progress, who have been a supporter of ours for 6 years now, sponsor all our events, and also we've got Teachers Love Stationery, who kindly provide the packs. Now, apologies in advance on the packs, because they're random, they're not RS related. I think some of you've got History Hero stickers in there, so sorry about that. And maybe some NFL stuff in there as well, but there's some random assortments so you can share them around your school. But massive thanks to all the sponsors today, and please, during your breaks and lunches, please go over and find a little bit more out about them. Another thing to mention is a special thanks to everyone, obviously, who's donated on the way in. That was one thing I wanted to say, because that obviously helps us to keep our venues alive. And our entire online offer at the moment is also free. The event is being live streamed on Twitter and YouTube, and it will be available on the website at teachmeeticons.com if anyone wants to sign up and watch the recording for free. So that's another sort of perk. And the final thing is a competition. We've got these lovely mugs over here. If you want to win one of them, then all you need to do to be in with a chance is tweet a picture, a selfie of yourself, preferably looking silly, using the hashtag TMRSIcons hashtag. So if you just do a tweet and it's a selfie of you, and we're going to include people at home. If you're watching at home, please do a little selfie of yourself watching the event online to be in with a chance of winning a Teach Me Icons mug, and we'll send it to you if you win. Right, our first sponsor, just going to introduce Indoxa Learning. I've been aware of Indoxa Learning now for probably a couple of years, and in fact they sponsored one of our first Teach Me RS Icons online events a couple of years ago. Incredibly exciting piece of software. Really excited to introduce Alexis, who's going to talk about Indoxa Learning on behalf of the team today, and then at the very end I'm going to kind of cut in again and just finish off with my thoughts on it. But really excited to hear what you've got to share today. So I'm going to pass over to Alexis, and yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Right, first of all, good morning. My name is Alexis Davis. I am Head of Philosophy, Religion and Ethics at Brighton Girls in Brighton. First of all, I want to say how impressed I am that everybody is here in your own free time on a Saturday morning. Hopefully what I say is going to be coherent. If I say that I've just spent a great week with my family in France, and we landed back at approximately 10 o'clock last night at Portsmouth. Collected the 2 dogs, dropped off one daughter, and then left at 5 this morning. So I was delighted to get here on time. I'm excited about what I'm going to say, because Improving critical thinking by using argument mapping in religious studies is important. Probably all of us are here and in teaching because we care about our students. We care that they do pass their exams, we care what happens to them post-18, we care what happens to them for in employment, but beyond that we care about them as individuals. We know they've had a really incredibly tough time coming through COVID in the last couple of years, and hence wellbeing is one of our priorities. So in the action research project that I did, one of the reasons that I was most excited about it was life throws up problems that our students have got to solve, and they're unpredictable ones. And whereas we know that critical thinking is essential in the employment market, it's essential in exams, more than that, we know that the ability to problem solve, to think critically, is essential for the rest of our students' lives. 21st century skills, it's very clear that in the employment market, what is demanded are the soft skills of problem solving, critical thinking, and creativity. So a couple of years ago, I offered the chance with the Global Action Research Collaborative, which is teachers from around the world, to develop young people's confidence in problem solving skills. Now, I was looking specifically at girls and developing their confidence because we know that the reason that women aren't represented at the tables of power and authority around the world isn't a lack of skill, it's actually a lack of confidence in skills. And I teach for the GDST, and clearly developing young women as global change makers is one of our focus. But just out of interest, how many people do teach in girls' schools? Hi. I'm assuming that everybody else is in mixed schools. Okay. So we know that girls in mixed schools also need their confidence developing. So despite the fact that my research is based with girls in girls' schools, it's also relevant for mixed schools. So what did I do in my action research? Well, I took 24 of my students for 6 weeks. I replaced the textbooks with a computer assisted argument mapping system. And through that, taught them how to develop their confidence in problem solving. So we replaced the textbooks with a specific computer-assisted argument mapping system, Endoxa Learning. And the students rather worked in pairs on argument maps and discussed whilst I coached them, and then they wrote evaluative essays. And right away from the beginning, the idea was to develop their confidence. Now, if you haven't already glazed over, when I've said or stumbled over the computer-assisted argument mapping system, I'm going to just briefly explain to you what it is. As we know, most of the time in religious studies, when we are developing arguments, it's being done through prose. Whereas argument isn't prose, argument is structured from premises that lead to conclusions, and we get series of these built up. And probably like me, again and again, when you've asked students to evaluate, to write essays, they've described the problem, they've described the argument, and getting them to the point of actually thinking through understanding an argument and constructing their own is quite a challenge. So what a computer argument system mapping system does is it breaks it down visually for them. So here we can see that you've got the premises of the arguments in your top 2 boxes there. You've got an argument step, which is the invisible bit of the argument that's not usually spoken about, leading to the first conclusion. So as the students learn them, they can actually see visually what the argument is, what the premises are, what the conclusion is, and what's the magic bit that we as adults just understand and assume, but our students often don't, which is how do you get from those premises to the argument step? How do you actually decide whether that step is okay? So they can see clearly from the premises what it is, and they can decide whether these premises are correct, one or both of them. As you can see here, it's actually got a blue border around it. If they agree that each or both of those premises are right, they will leave that border as blue. If they decide that they're not, they can change it to red. If we look up here, we have a brain icon. So initially, as this is presented to the students, it's very simple. But to get more information on it, they can just click in the brain icon, and they've got a layer of information that will help them to understand that point to a higher level. So it's automatically differentiated. And for my students who are dyslexic, it's laid out in a way that they find easily accessible. And one of my two of my students actually very proudly brought me their notes from another subject that they had actually rewritten in this format, who I actually must sign up as employees in future for you, I think. The argument step in the middle. We see here we've got a purple bar. So what they can do is they can click on that, and that purple bar is the strength of the argument going from the premises to the conclusion. And if they've undermined one or both of these premises, they can reduce that purple bar right the way through to the left to say actually they don't think that argument's got much strength, or then they can increase it through to the right to say that they think it's got more strength than what the system is suggesting. And they are able to add on and click and annotate. And as you can see from that already, they've understood the steps of the argument and they've thought about it. And these build up to more complex versions of it. And Learning happened to be the computer-assisted argument mapping system that I used, which not only does the lessons that I was using, but has a complete suite of lessons. So with the students, and the 6 weeks I had, first of all, I explained the aims of the research to them. And for one lesson only, I demonstrated how to use this system. And I'm smiling as I say that because put your hand in the air if you're highly IT competent. Yeah, well done. Put your hand in the air if IT just actually terrifies you. Yeah, and then if you're kind of in the middle. Yeah, I'm kind of at the bottom with a very good relationship with my IT department. So this was a huge challenge to me to start with. And so the first lesson, I demonstrated how to use the system. And for the lessons after that, my students quite happily taught each other how to use it and then reminded me every now and again what to do. And we looked first of all at the question, is it reasonable to believe in life after death? And then independently, so without me leading from the front, in pairs, the students simultaneously talked through the arguments using the maps. They commented on them and edited, and then they presented their arguments to their group. And finally, they would create their own argument map, which was their evaluation. And then from that, they wrote their evaluative essay. And one of the key things that I found with this was that because they could work in pairs, because they were recording their work within the system, they felt pretty confident about doing it. They could go backwards and forwards through arguments. When they got stuck on various parts, they could decide to work on another part. And the amount of discussion that was going on was huge. And I kind of became redundant, which isn't actually my aim. Retirement, yes, redundancy, no. And I changed my role in the classroom to actually coaching them. Before we actually began it, they conducted a baseline assessment of where they thought their confidence in argument problem solving was, and also introduced student journals so they could comment on how they felt they were learning. So the 3 topics we looked at is it reasonable to believe in life after death? Should euthanasia be legal in the UK? And are religious and scientific truth incompatible? And this one, the final one that we looked at, happened to be after the Christmas holidays, was just about to start it with them. And 2 of my students said, oh, we've done it. And I kind of said, how? And they said, oh, well, over the Christmas holidays, we just decided to do it. Why? Because it was there. So what happened was once they become competent in this themselves, they carried on working independently, which for me as a teacher using it is my longer term aim with it. They're using this at home, flipping the learning and coming back into the classroom and discussing it. So the title of our project was, in what ways does the use of endoxic learning build Year 10 girls' boldness and problem solving into philosophy and ethics? This is a summary of what my data collection and analysis was, for those who like these things. So we used Likert rating scales, scores from the previous problem solving tests, essay grades and the girls' previous data, as well as my field notes and videos, formative feedback assessments, focus group notes, the girls' journals, problem solving argument graphs, and the girls' responses to open-ended questions, which I did in focus groups. So the key question is, what was the impact? So basically, the majority of the students said they felt much bolder in their ability to problem solve. 35% felt much bolder, 55% bolder, and 10% not bold at all. They actually said they were quite confident with my usual teaching methods. And the key things that they identified from the focus groups was they felt that through using the system, they understood the arguments better and that helped their confidence, that they had huge opportunities for independent learning. So in their words, they felt that it was less risky to discuss in pairs and to put down their thinking in the system than it was to actually voice their thoughts to the whole classroom, because they felt more exposed in that. And as their teacher, I was quite surprised by that, because I have quite a relaxed classroom, which is a safe and open space to work. But even within that, they found this was safer, which is just backed up by the final comment there, that they felt emotionally safe, whilst also feeling challenged. So just very briefly, what is the critical thinking? So critical thinking is reasonable, reflective thinking that's focused on what we believe or do. And this is what they felt more confident in. So they understood better and how to analyse an argument. What are the premises? What are the conclusions? And what are the argument steps that led there? They felt they could evaluate them better, decide the truth value of the premises, going through the conclusions, and hugely loved annotating and adding their own thinking. And they love being able to create their own argument maps at the end of it. Why was this different? Why did it make an impact? Possibly because, as we know, most arguments are written in prose, and the prose hides the argument. So prose is linear, whereas arguments are branched. And as I said before, Dr. Learning visualises the argument steps, so they can see clearly how the premises go to the conclusions, and how a whole argument builds up, and that helped their understanding. So in their words, what did they say? They didn't actually say, I had to tell you that it was slay. To my huge embarrassment, I had to ask them what this term meant, but they wanted to know that they really enjoyed it. So one student said, I think I've been able to understand the argument more thoroughly, so therefore it has made me more confident with decision making and problem solving. Another student gave lots of resources that we could use to answer some of the questions, which was useful as it helped me to be a bit more confident in my answers, having them backed up by sources. Several students again and again said that because of the brain icons they could click on, get more information, they were confident that they had the right information to understand and think with. Student Jay, sometimes I feel like I don't know enough, and then Doctor gives me information. She liked both the brain icons and the W icons, which gave definitions, so I can build an argument. It definitely helped being able to go over stuff, go at your own pace, find the different things and experiment the way you want to learn. If you're stuck on something, you don't have to give up. You can go back and see all the different argument graphs again. And this autonomy, this being in charge of their own learning, being able to decide which part of the argument they worked on, was a surprise to me that they would really like that. Student B and C liked it because it was there and they could do things independently at home when they wanted to. And student X were able to discuss with each other, not worrying about getting things wrong. Okay. Yeah, that's what my actual research report is. And any questions? Yes.
I think one of the questions was on boldness. How did you define it for the students when they were reporting on that?
Yeah, that's an excellent question because that was one of the trickiest things of the project. So we decided that boldness was confidence and risk-taking. So what I wanted to see as evidence of that was that their own voice was coming through more, that they were willing to take more risk than I expect to see in establishing their own views. It also created a problem that I wasn't expecting, which was they wouldn't always follow my line of thinking. I'm kind of quite used to teaching the right arguments at exam once. Whereas actually they were coming up with arguments which at GCSE I wasn't sure was actually going to get them the marks. So it was very interesting that they were getting so confident with me that they were disagreeing with me. So we had to slightly play a game on that one.
Just to throw in sort of a bit of an extra here is Julian, very kindly for everyone here today, you can get 2 months completely free of Endoxa learning. Just watching it from my perspective as a history teacher, I'm thinking about enriching a curriculum. I'm thinking about students being able to use that perhaps at home as perhaps as part of a homework, perhaps as part of a bigger project over time. But certainly my thinking straight away is a challenge for the students who want to be pushed more. So those students who say, what can I do now? What they want to feel challenged. And this to me would be perfect for that. And if you're getting this 2 months free, which you can take out today with Julian, I think that's a brilliant offer. So Alexis, thanks very much. Unless you want to add any more into that, that was a brilliant presentation. And yeah, we'll give you a clap.
Perfect. I'm going to introduce our next speaker, but before I do, I want to talk a little bit about how we kind of got to the point that we are, where we've organised our speakers. When I was asked to organise a face-to-face meetup, we didn't know what we wanted. We met as a team, we talked about this idea that, you know, there's this huge paradigm shift within RE about religion and worldviews. And it's really easy because a lot of the research is very much based at secondary level. And for those secondary teachers amongst us, there's loads of things we can read, there's loads of stuff out there, which a lot of our speakers are going to talk about the brilliant work they've done with it today. I had a bit of a shock to the system last year, and I started working for my local SACRE, and they asked me to go and support some of our local primary schools. And as someone who has purely taught secondary for 9 years, has never stepped foot in a primary school, it's a bit of an experience, and particularly when my first experience of primary was year 1. I've got no idea how to teach 6-year-olds, and I certainly don't know how to teach them RE. But what became apparent is 2 things. I've worked with lots of schools across Cheshire East over the last 18 months and going to continue to do so for the next 18 months because they're funding me. One of the things that we kind of learned was that there is some phenomenal RE curriculums being developed by primary teachers that as secondary school teachers I don't think we realise is going on. Like, they turn up in our classrooms in year 7, we try and figure out what they know, and then we launch into whatever we're going to do. And we don't really reflect on the 6 years of RE that they've had before that. The other thing that became really apparent is that there's huge need for support for primary leads out there. Lots of them are non-specialists, and particularly those with new locally agreed syllabuses are just trying to muddle their way through what has been delivered to them. And we know that there are some phenomenal people out there who have created curriculums for primary schools that we can learn from, either as secondary teachers looking back at what our year 7s and 8s and 9s have learned, and also about how we support those as well. And I don't know if there's any primary teachers in the room today, but I'm pretty confident that our next speaker is going to be able to give us some insight into primary RE education, but also think about how we can take that for us as secondary teachers into our classroom. So when we were looking at speakers, we definitely wanted to be representative of the primary curriculum as well. And we hoped for 2 speakers, but we've been really lucky to invite Adam, and Adam has agreed to come and speak to us. I'm going to hand over the mic to him. I'm really excited from a position that I'm in, where I'm working with lots of primary schools, to find out what I can learn to take back into their classrooms, and also what I can take into mine. So I'm going to hand over to Adam, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Hello, good grief. As if I need anything to make myself louder. Right, so look at that, stopwatch started 15 minutes. Okay, oh, I haven't got a clicker. I've been declicked. Right, oh lovely, there it is, great. So I'm a primary school teacher. I work at this incredible school in Borough in South London. I've worked there. I started in January 2020, having come from training and working as a secondary school RE teacher. It's an amazing school. If you're interested in what primary schools do, we do things really well, and we're very vocal about what we do. So take a look. We want our curriculum to be knowledge rich. That's a contested term, right? It's a term that we hear all the time, but I think it's actually really meaningful. And we also want our curriculum to be meaning rich, which is different from knowledge. So we want knowledge to be the sort of content of our curriculum, and meaning is what our students make of that. So meaning is much more subjective, although I know that knowledge isn't necessarily objective. Sorry. Culture rich as well. So hopefully the curriculum that I've put together at my school, which is kind of my project that I've been working on for the last few years, is these 3 things. It's knowledge rich, it's meaning rich, and it's culture rich. What is powerful knowledge? So this presentation has been shrunk down from a much longer one, and I'm very conscious that I don't have ages to talk about all the theory that I'd like to talk about. So I'm going to whiz through the theory to show you a little bit of what we do at primary.
So I'm not really going to talk about a lot of this because just as John said in his talk, it comes down to these kind of questions, like who's best? Where do we sit? And can there be neutrality? And just like John, no, there can't be any neutrality in RE whatsoever. I'm sure we would all agree on that. So our curriculum is always going to reflect us, our institutions, our local area, our interests, the students who are in front of us. It's never going to look the same between two different schools. So meaning, how is meaning different from knowledge? Because meaning is actually, for my mind, a much more interesting thing to talk about than knowledge. Meaning is linked to a schema. So this idea that everything that we talk about in our classroom should be connected to other things that our children are looking at and other things that our children are studying. So we're not just presenting a pub quiz curriculum. We're not presenting a knowledge-heavy curriculum that is just a list of names and numbers and figures and dates and stories that we hope they'll remember the gist of. We're trying to build in knowledge into a schema that our students have. This is really great. I can't see my stopwatch because Joe's tweeting at me. Thanks, Joe. It's linked to the world around us. So our students are taking the knowledge of RE, and when we're talking about locally agreed syllabi, when we're talking about our local area, they're linking it into that, but they're also linking it into the nation that we live in, they're linking it into the region that we live in, they're linking it into a global community of knowledge. And it's linked to ourselves as well. And this is what Ofsted calls personal knowledge. That's a very contested sort of area. And so these things are individual. The knowledge that we have is placed individually into our children. So hopefully they're linking it back to things we've done and they'll link it forward to things they do in the future. It's institutional, so it links across our curriculum. It links to things that we do in reception and year 1 and hopefully bring back in year 5 and 6. And it's cultural, I think there's a schema that the knowledge that we teach links into that exists out there in the world that is beyond our classroom and to some extent beyond our communities and beyond our nation as well. Subjects are the most reliable tool that we have for enabling students to acquire knowledge and make sense of the world. So we put our knowledge into subjects as some kind of attempt to make meaning of our knowledge that we have in the schools. This is one way that we do it. We put things into subjects, and that's great. So is RE a subject? Yeah, it is. Oh, religion and worldviews, or whatever you want to call it in your school. It is a subject, but is it a discipline? Is a much more challenging question. For history, you could say, yes, there is a sort of disciplinary knowledge to history. There's a way of doing things that's historical. They have quite an easy time of it. And the reason I use wrestling when I talk about what I'm talking about here is we have to wrestle with everything that is and isn't RE and make choices. So when you sit down in a primary school and you're thinking, what are we going to put in RE? What is RE? We actually need to have a bit of confidence in ourselves and have a bit of confidence about what is and isn't RE, what we're going to teach, what we're not going to teach, what RE means and how we make sense of RE as a subject, because you can't wander into Waterstones and find an RE section. There's a religion section, there might be a sociology section, there might be an art section, there might be all these different sections, but you can't, most universities don't have an RE department. Not saying that doesn't exist, but you will find a theology department, you might find a religious studies department, you might find a sociology department. So I use the analogy of a walled garden, a bit of horticulture for a rainy Saturday morning. You might see walled gardens when you go out to your National Trust properties, your English heritage. As you become more middle-aged, you'll see more walled gardens because you go to more National Trust properties. I used to think that the purpose of a walled garden was the walls were there to keep things out. So if you wanted to grow vegetables or flowers, you build up these walls around your walled garden, and you keep out your foxes and your rabbits, and you might even keep out some weeds as well that flow on the wind. So we have these walls in our subject. We say this is RE, and this isn't RE. What I didn't realise, that I now think is really interesting, is that the walls actually create a microclimate. So if you go into a walled garden on a summer's evening, it's several degrees Celsius warmer inside the walled garden than it is out. So what the walls do, yes, they're protective, but they also create the perfect conditions for growth in our subject. When we're confident enough to say that this is RE, this discipline is RE, we're claiming this for RE, we're going to teach this, but this isn't RE, then we create beautiful conditions for growth for our subject. We create the perfect, I just say conditions for growth, stop repeating yourself. The problem is, it's not straightforward like it is for other subjects. You can tell I'm a bit jealous of other subjects, right, who don't have to do all this wrestling necessarily, or maybe the wrestling is a little bit easier for them. And the RE curriculum that I've created at my school draws on all of these. So it draws on theology, of course it does, because we ask questions about belief in God. It draws on philosophy, because of course it does, because that's a fascinating thing. I'm bored, I'll be honest, like, I'm bored of talking about religion with adults. Like, I'm religious myself, I don't have many conversations with grown-ups about religion. Talk to 9-year-olds about religion, go and talk to primary school children about philosophy, go and talk to primary school children about art history. That's the joy of our job, that's the joy of what we get to do every day, and it's so brilliant when those conversations are so played out outside of schools. We get to do all this with our students. And it means that our walled garden looks a bit different. So this is in Devon. Our walled garden looks a bit more like this. Yes, okay, so there is a wall around it that's kind of protective and kind of creating a climate, but there's also all these kind of permeable paths and walls and connections that we can make in our subject. So when we're creating a curriculum, we're creating something that, I mean, personally, I think this is more beautiful than the history garden, right? I think this is more beautiful than the geography garden. It's so interconnected, and these are permeable. There's a big wall around the edge. But actually, your philosophy garden leads into your theology garden. Your art history garden sits next to your philosophy garden. So it's really lovely. There's a question. Does RE make sense? So I have to say yes, because I've sat down and written a curriculum that I think makes sense. So one of the things that my school took me on to do, and I ended up doing it during lockdown, was to write a curriculum from year 1 to year 6. And I had to have these kind of conversations in isolation slightly, because because of lockdown and because of all these sorts of things. So can we make sense of RE is actually a bit of a better question. Like, that's our job at the end of the day. We're all RE teachers. So it doesn't really, if we say no, maybe we should get a different job. So we have to make sense of RE. We have to make this into a subject that is really meaningful for our students. So I've stolen this from history. I've stolen concepts as something that I wanted to sort of base our primary curriculum around. I thought about what are the kind of overarching concepts that are not connected to an individual religion, they're not connected to an individual philosophy, but there's something that recurs throughout the curriculum. Dawn Cox uses this term, golden threads in the curriculum that we can find again and again. And I think these all occur in secondary, but actually what's been really interesting is where do we build the building blocks for these in primary. So belief and doubt, obviously, but like, how do you actually get a 5-year-old to understand what a God is if they've never come across that before because they grew up in a non-religious family, or they grew up in a tradition that doesn't have, the Abrahamic idea of God? How do you possibly get to teach them in a way that they leave that lesson thinking, I can articulate the difference between God and Iron Man? Because Iron Man is, they might see that's a fictional character with supernatural abilities who helps people. And if we do a bad job of teaching RE in reception or year 1, they might kind of go into year 3 and then into Key Stage 3 thinking, oh God, Jesus is just a superhero, God's just a superhero. And it doesn't acknowledge the lived reality that people like me and other people in this classroom, in this hall, see God as very, very distinctly different from anything else. So we have to talk about that. Orthodoxy and dissent. This is why I think what people are doing is really interesting when we're trying to talk about how we actually talk about most and some and all Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Jews. What does it look like when people dissent from the orthodoxy, and what does it mean to be orthodox? Because actually that's not a particularly easy idea. Power and powerlessness. I mean, I personally find the story of, for Christians, the most powerful, incredible human being to have ever come to this earth. He came, he was the literal Son of God, divine, fully human, fully divine, and he ends up being crucified in a really humiliating, awful way on a cross between 2 robbers, in Jerusalem. It's just this really interesting story of this mixture of power and powerlessness that you find across lots of religions and philosophy and politics. And beauty and destruction, well, they're just 4 sort of ideas that I had, and there'll be more in my book coming Easter 2023. You can pre-order very soon. And this is kind of how we see them in our religion. So these are slides from lessons that I plan and I teach. And this is from a year 1 lesson, talking about this idea: how do we get children to understand what a God is? To believe in a God means to believe in a force or person which is more powerful than anything else on earth. And that's really hard, because that's some of what we're talking about here. Some of it's a bit heretical. So, like, it's really hard to get into the weeds of this stuff with year 1. So I personally believe that it's okay to essentialize these things, that it makes sense to do that. But it's really hard for me as someone who's a theologian who loves religion to do that. But we have to do it. So this slide in particular is a really useful way to try and get students to understand what a God might be. But you wouldn't have this conversation with someone who's really interested in theology, because you could spend hours taking that apart and saying, actually, here's how these 2 things are different, and it doesn't. So it's a really tricky thing. When you're planning year 9, you can have those kind of conversations and include it in the planning. But when you're planning year 1, it took me a while to sort of let go of these things a little bit. The good news is these kids are going to be doing RE until they're at least 16, hopefully. So we have time to unpick these things with students, but that doesn't mean that we can't bring in real-world, real-life examples of how these ideas come, and real-world stories and real-world people as well. So if we're going to talk about the nature of Allah being infinite, then we use mosques and we use Islamic art to talk about what that looks like and how that's reflected. I love this. I think this is absolutely stunning. But this is, how does a Muslim feel when they walk into here in 6th century Uzbekistan? No, not 6th century, sorry, maybe 16th century Uzbekistan, and look up and see this. What do they feel? How does this reflect their beliefs? All these big questions. So we kick off with the art history or art analysis really early. Orthodoxy and dissent. This is one of my favourite units to teach. Is a year 5 unit that we do that looks at religion and war. So we introduce Quakers as a minority religion, or not a religion. It's really interesting, isn't it? Because some Quakers are atheists. So it's really exactly what John was saying about, like, how do we reflect that there are Christians who are atheists, or it's so difficult. How do you reflect that for a 10-year-old? How do you try and get them to understand it? But we look at, this is the really interesting slide. How would an army chaplain and a Quaker, what conversation would they have? And these are the questions. What might they agree on, and what might they disagree on, and who might be right? Because they're Christians, so surely they agree on everything, but they don't, and that's the orthodoxy and dissent. Power and powerlessness. This is actually from a year 7 scheme of work, but Jesus. Oh, I love this painting, because kids think Jesus is all sweetness and light, and he goes into the temple and he turns over the tables. It's brilliant. Natural power. My favourite painting of all time, of Jesus and Pilate. That's the Son of God. That's the most powerful person who's ever existed. But he doesn't look like it. And what does that tell us about Christian beliefs? And then the last one we're in central London, so we look at St Paul's Cathedral. We look at the beauty and we look at the importance of it in the post-war reconstruction and how it was at the centre of that. So I suppose that's sort of art and architecture. And then, so we create a curriculum that's full of connections. We communicate those connections quickly, because 15 minutes and 30 seconds. This is great, because I've taken much longer to do this before. Create a curriculum that's full of what is beautiful and important. Wrestle with these words. These are not uncontested words. My idea of beauty is wildly different from other people's. When I took Matt Burnage, who's brilliant, talks about professional wrestling, I should have put these words in about 26 air quotes, because what's important and beautiful is just not an easy thing to nail down. There we go, though you don't do this uncritically. Look after your walls and your flowers. Beautiful analogy, love an analogy. And then don't do it alone, because I kind of did in lockdown and it sent me mad. But you can access communities like this and NatTray. If you're not a NatTray member, then you can be put in touch with people through your local group. Any curriculum work shouldn't be a lonesome project. So that's my school, and that's me. I did it in 15 minutes. Woo! Lovely stuff. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate you. Do you want to come in? If there was any questions, yeah, you can write them down, or you can ask me on the panel, or talk to me at lunch, or anything like that. So I'm always happy to talk about these things. And you can come visit us in London as well if you want to see RE being taught. If you ever want to talk about primary RE, I'm a nerd. I'm here on a Saturday, rainy Saturday in Manchester, so we're all nerds really. Let's pat ourselves on the back for that. There you go.
I always think 15 minutes feels like a really long time when you have to stand at the front, but when you've got so much you want to say, like, I'll just give you the conference, that is fine. Adam was absolutely right about the questions, by the way. So the idea of today is obviously we're going to hear from a lot of people over a very short period of time. There is a panel this afternoon where all of our speakers and some additional people are going to join as well. The idea of this panel is so that you can ask the questions, you've got time to reflect in breaks and lunches. Before the panel, we've got 2 breaks and the lunch break in between. Like I said, I've put some sheets on your table. If you've got questions you want to ask me, you know specifically who they're for, we have got time now, that's absolutely fine. Write them down and use that time. We're going to have about an hour and 15 minutes for the panel. So you can ask the speakers themselves about the work that they've done, or if you've got kind of questions about how to deliver concepts with a particular phase, then please ask those as well, because we've got some kind of experts on particular phases during this afternoon too. We're actually going to change the schedule slightly, because we've had some kind of changes that have happened in the last 24 hours. What we're actually going to do now is go for a quick break. So we've got about 20 minutes now. I appreciate that we've sat and listened for an hour and a half, and we wouldn't ask the kids to do it. So we're going to go for a quick tea and coffee and toilet break. I'm going to pass to Tom.
Very brief. I've just opened the Prosecco, so there is an unlimited free bar. So we've got literally enough drink to do Manchester for the weekend. So, like, please, the glasses are there, the Prosecco is there, so just pour yourself a drink.
And if we can be back for 1:45, that gives us 20 minutes. That would be fantastic. But thank you so much to start as well. Thank you to our speakers and our sponsors who've gone first. And we'll go ready for round 2 after the break. Thank you, everyone.
Chris, right. Good so far?
Right, sorry, yeah.
Having you okay? Yeah. You enjoyed it so far? Yeah.
This is typical. Like, not typical crap that we just like tables and checks. It's just nice to meet people that, yeah, you know what you're supposed
Yeah, for sure.
Right, so that our speakers coming up in the next kind of hour and 15 minutes. Before we go for our lunch break, and we've got lots more coming after, and a constant non-stop list of people who to talk about amazing things. I'm going to very briefly introduce our next person.
Do you want to pull out the wire from the side? On the music, yeah.
That's fine. Don't want to name myself, I always let alone tell. So we're going to introduce the next person that we've got. I'm sure many of you have seen the amazing work that she was sharing on Twitter, particularly in the last kind of 12 to 18 months. Certainly was the inspiration behind my unit of work changes in year 7. I know lots of us have kind of gone through transitional curriculums and rebuilt a little bit after COVID, kind of reassessing what it is we want our students to know after such a huge gap in their learning. And I'm sure, well, I can't be the only one for whose school RE wasn't a priority. It was that English and maths, that sciences, core subjects. So trying to work out what to teach them when they came back into the classroom full time. And this worldviews kind of curriculum being brought in as well. So I have followed Charlotte's work. I've kind of taken lots and lots of inspiration from this. So I was really excited when she agreed to come and present the work and the research that she's been doing. She's very humble and modest about it on social media, but I'm really excited about this. So I'm going to hand it over to Charlotte, who's going to talk to you about worldviews in practice, more in a secondary curriculum than a primary, but carrying on from Adam's fantastic work as well. So I'm going to hand over to you, Charlotte, if that's okay.
Hi everyone, so I'm going to first of all say I'm a bit nervous about today. I've not done anything face-to-face in person since COVID, so this is quite new for me, but obviously so nice to see so many people here. As Becky said, basically what I'm going to kind of really talk to you today is how we do worldviews in practice. One of the discussions we were just having on our table, following on from some of the fantastic things that James was saying earlier is, well, how do we diversify our curriculum? How do we look at this worldviews curriculum in practice? So obviously, the first time I heard about worldviews was in the Commission on RE report in 2018, and my first reaction, if I'm being completely honest with you, was the whole shock horror of how I would have to rebrand my whole curriculum to make it fit with this new approach. And it took a lot of evolution for it to get to this point really, and it's still very much in its infancy. So I'm more than happy to receive really any feedback from yourselves on the back of this. So you probably are all aware of the huge amount of publications and research that have gone into the worldviews approach, and I have had to do a lot of reading really for me to kind of get my head around it. And again, my first thought really was, what is this going to really look like in practice? What is this going to do to change what I put into the classroom? A bit like what somebody asked earlier, I've got an hour a week at Key Stage 3, and in my school, I am actually really lucky. It is a very valued subject. We do actually have all of our students taking a full course GCSE. That's 300 to 350 in the year group, but I haven't quite yet won the battle of getting more time at Key Stage 3. How on earth am I going to do this on 1 hour a week? So I blogged about a year ago now about a bit of an idea that I'd had to do a bit of an introductory unit in year 7 about religion and worldviews to try and lay the foundations, because I wanted the students to explicitly know what the concept of a worldview was, and because for me, once they understand that, actually everything that they come and do hereafter makes sense. It underpins absolutely everything that we teach them if they can really understand their worldview, understand the biases that they bring to the study of our subject, and they are able to look beyond that. So my initial reiteration of this, to be honest, was not the best. The first time that we did this, which was last September now, it was quite a rushed product. We basically tried to do religion and worldviews in a half term, on 1 lesson a week, so what, 6 lessons. And while at the time we thought there were some brilliant discussions going on, we thought the students had gained some really good substantive knowledge from what we've been teaching them. Actually, what was the case was give them another term and most of them have forgotten. So this is basically me kind of talking to you about what we have done to try and evolve that, and how we now try and embed this concept of a worldview throughout our whole curriculum at secondary. So this is basically just to give you a bit of context. I appreciate that's quite small on the screen now, but you'll find on your tables, I've kind of given you an overview sheet of what we do in our scheme of work for this. So I'm more than happy, obviously, for people to take that away and have a little look at. We start off actually then now doing a half term on what is religion. And we unpack the term with religion with them. We use Linear and Smart's dimensions initially to do that, and kind of talk about, well, can we put religion into this kind of category? Can we box it up quite neatly? Again, what James was talking about earlier, and hopefully, they come to the conclusion that that is not the case. How can Buddhism still be a religion when they don't have a belief in a god? And we come to kind of look at how that can be. And we also have started looking at the Abrahamic traditions, kind of how we group them, why they are grouped together, but also the very major differences between a lot of them. The same with the Dharma traditions, and again, obviously, in that attempt to kind of decolonise the curriculum, talking about the fact that even labelling them as such is quite a problem for a lot of people. So this is kind of what we started off doing, and I'm not going to focus too much on this bit, because the second half then of our scheme of work that we are now doing for the first time in full is all about worldviews, and that's really what I want to focus on with you today. So I actually taught this lesson this week, and this is the first lesson then of our second half term with year 7, and again, this idea of religion is messy. I was quite reassured this morning when James was speaking, because a lot of what he was saying struck with me, because it's the stuff that we've been talking about with our students. We kind of decided in our department we wanted to make the pedagogy, the research, really explicit with them, because then they've got the tools to be able to have these really deep conversations. So we talk about this idea of religion being messy, about the fact that obviously, on a basic level at first, of how you can be both religious but believe in science. We look at how, again, this idea of, some Christians may do this, but others will have a completely different view. And from the knowledge that they've gained from that religion unit that we've done with them, they're able to bring up some of these really good examples for themselves. We then introduced the idea of worldview with them using the Theos think tank animation. I'm sure most of you have seen it. It's fantastic to be able to introduce them to this for the first time. And we kind of, again, just break down the etymology of the word worldview. What actually is this? And very quickly they're able to kind of pick up the fact that, a worldview is all about them being able to see the world in their particular way. Again, we use a lot of examples with them in order to back this up, in order for this to make sense. One of them that I always talk about, my Twitter fame is because I do a lot of travelling, and lots of people always say, where I get to and where I'm going, and I was fortunate enough to spend the summer in India, even though, for example, the queuing obviously is an institution in the UK, we will not push in that queue. India was just an absolute bombardment of chaos, if I'm being completely honest, but obviously in an absolutely brilliant way. I was talking to the students about that, how we're looking at this situation thinking, how dare they all pushing it? Look at them on all these tuk-tuks, and the roads are absolutely manic. And that's because, from our cultural worldview, our very Western worldview, we're looking at this thinking, wow, this is ridiculous. For them, it's absolutely perfectly normal. That is everyday life in India. So we try and bring lots of examples to them in order to unpack this idea of how our worldview is influenced. We then use some of the RE Today publications that go out for free with your mailings if you are an ATRE member, and some of the resources in there have really again helped us to kind of really unpack this idea of a worldview with the students. So in this book, Studying Worldviews, they look at James Sire's 8 questions that he says help define a worldview. And there's a survey that goes with it, and the idea is that they have to kind of do a little bit of a multiple choice of what they believe about these big 8 questions, some of them being what do you believe about life after death, what do you think being human is, and from that, obviously, it very much is quite general, but it gives you a general idea basically about which worldview you might fit into. And the students really enjoy this, because one of the things that they then are able to do is look at these kind of descriptions. If they got mostly A's and they are a rational agnostic, they can look at that and go, oh, well, I actually agree with some of that description, but actually I don't agree with all of it. And, again, we kind of unpack the fact that, okay, you might have some ideas that fit into this particular worldview, but then there are some that are your personal views that you are bringing to it as well. And this is a really good starting point, really, for us to start seeing how our personal worldview is influenced by lots and lots of different factors. The next lesson that we go on to is thinking a bit more deeply about what influences their worldview and the factors that go into theirs. And I have to credit Dawn Cox for the lens image on the board there. I completely stole that from her. And we get them to think about their life, their experiences so far. We're all 30 students in the classroom together who all attend the same school, but what makes us all different? Why do we see things in a very different way? Because I think once they understand their worldview, then they can understand that they are coming at everything from a biased perspective, and then they can start to think about how we can look beyond that. We then again, from the same RE Today book, the Studying Worldviews book, we then kind of look at how then your worldview influences your actions. So we use this example of Vandana Shiva, who's a Hindu eco-feminist, her beliefs from a Hindu perspective, but also her personal worldview as well, influence the activism that she does. Following on from that, then we get them to do an assessed piece of work which kind of builds on from everything they've done so far, where we talk to them about, well, how is veganism a worldview? And the reason we particularly picked veganism is because I got the idea from Angela Hill. She's another RE Today, she's an RE Today advisor, and this was actually from a conference at Strictly RE, which is coming up in January. And this was a few years ago, and she talked about, well, who deserves a place at the worldviews table? And again, if we're going to diversify our curriculum, well, who gets to decide who's at the table, who gets to decide what it is that we do and we don't teach? So I thought it was really good to kind of bring this in and kind of look at, obviously, something that is a way of life, but not obviously anything from a religious perspective, and how then we can look at why this is a worldview with the students, and some of the ways that they are able to articulate, again, how a vegan's belief would influence their actions. It's really mind-blowing, to be honest, and some of the conversations that we've had with them as a result of this have been really, really great. We then kind of go on to look at the difference between a personal and an institutional worldview, and again, lots of research being done on this, but I wanted to make it really explicit to the students what this means, because then, again, once they understand this concept, then once we kind of start looking at the multidisciplinary nature of our RE, they will then understand why there is such a difference and why there is different methods to look at different things. So I stole this off Twitter, I don't know who from, but this was an infographic that I found where it was basically talking about the fact that yes, the Muslim worldview is that you would pray 5 times a day, but in countries such as India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, that is not necessarily the case. And they have to kind of pick out, using that information, well, why would that be? And then again, thinking about how their personal world, that group's personal worldviews, the culture, their background is influencing how they live out their religion. The Telling My Story, the Telling My Worldview Stories resources and RE Online are really great for this as well. So they are stories from a faith believer, but then talking about, again, how their personal worldview affects the way that they practice their religion. And so we get the students to kind of pick out, well, what are the bits of the institutional worldview here? What are the bits then from their own personal background that have influenced how they do that differently? And had to get a little bit of Liverpool Football Club in, obviously. So we then finish with a bit of a quote from Alison, who says that he is a Christ believer, but he is not religious. And so we unpack this again from everything that we've looked at. Well, how can you believe in Christ? How can you believe in Jesus but not call yourself religious? And again, it's this idea of, well, it doesn't fit into this nice, neat little category in this nice little box. You're not automatically a Christian. You're not made automatically religious just because you believe, in this person. So it's really good for them to start seeing, as we say, that messiness of religion. And from very early on then in year 7, they're beginning to have really great in-depth conversations about some very challenging and complex ideas. We then kind of do a little bit of a shift, but I think these kind of go hand in hand to kind of talk about that disciplinary nature of our subject. And I know we could be here all day debating again what disciplines we should be teaching the students, but we try and keep it simple at first, and we kind of focus on the main 3 that have been taught about in Reforming RE particularly. And we use the term ways of knowing with the students. We think that's more accessible. That's the term that Richard Quay uses in the Ofsted RE Review report. And we think that if we talk to the students about how do we know this, and talk to them about, well, this is the knowledge, what research method would you have to use in order to understand and get to that knowledge, then they're able to understand the disciplines a lot easier. So we unpack that with them, and the analogy that we use with this is we get them to pretend that some aliens have visited us, and they're looking through the window on Christmas morning. What questions would they ask? So they make a big, massive list of questions, things like, what is that tree? Why is there a star or an angel, depending on what you have, at the top of the tree? What are they unwrapping? What's going on here? And we then use them to kind of say, well, which questions then would the theologian ask? Which questions would the philosopher be asking? Which questions would the social scientist be asking? And then, again, we were able to then pick out the research methods that each of those would use to answer those questions. We then follow this up by ending the unit with, it is kind of a distinct lesson on each of these 3, but we don't tell the students that. We get them, as we do the lesson, to kind of pick out, well, which research methods again are you using, which discipline are we using. So we used to do a unit that about our local context to start year 7, and there was parts of that I really didn't want to lose by doing this instead. So we decided to kind of look at some census data for the UK, but also compare that to Cambridgeshire, which is where my school is, and then compare that to actually our school makeup as well. I was able to speak to our data manager and get our school's data on this, and we compare them, and then compare it also to the global picture. And obviously they come to realise that the UK is actually an anomaly in the fact that we're becoming more secular, and that's not what is happening around the world. And again, as they're doing this, they're already, before I've even had to ask these questions in this last slide, they already know the discipline that they are using. They are already being able to identify how they are getting to the conclusions that they are. And it's really just helped them to kind of really understand the foundations, I would say, of RE much more. The same then with the theology lesson. Again, we use the RE Today publication, some of the bits on there, the Studying God one, and we kind of look at the story of Moses and the burning bush to kind of understand God, and we look at it through that theological lens, examining the passage, and we get them to kind of pick out, well, what is the impact for Christians and Jews on their belief about God from this passage. And finally then ending with a bit of philosophy, again kind of getting them to think about the the arguments for and against the existence of God, and then we use the design argument as a result of that. Because I think that argument in particular, obviously with William Paley, what he did was looked at the evidence in the world around him in order to come to his conclusions. You know, the watch analogy and the fact that we can look at nature and understand where he got these ideas from. Again, they're being able to recognise the tools that a philosopher has to use in order to come to their conclusions. This is really something that, as I say, is very much a work in progress. I haven't taught some of these lessons yet. We did a very condensed version of this last academic year, and so far already, because we're taking the time properly, not to just kind of rush through this in order to tick a box, we are now finding that the knowledge the students have it is really second to none. Maybe there are some RE teachers there, who wouldn't be able to talk about some of the things that my students are talking about at the moment. And I think that it is testament to the fact that we are being really explicit with them about these things. We're not giving them the end product and saying, we're teaching you this, and we know the research that goes behind it. We're teaching them the research, we're being really explicit with them. This is what religion is, this is what worldviews is, and this is the ways that people in our subject come to conclusions about the things that they are talking about. And that then has really enriched some of the conversations that we're having afterwards. So just really briefly before ending, I thought I'd kind of just tell you where I got this idea from, really. A couple of years ago, anybody who I don't know if this is on other A-level specifications, but a couple of years ago I was teaching the use of critical realism that NT Wright uses to understand the person of Jesus. And my year 13s, their head was blown, because obviously he's talking about the fact that we need to understand Jesus in his first century Jewish Mediterranean context, and yet our students are looking at it from a very 21st century context, post-Enlightenment Western worldview. So therefore, no wonder they can't understand why they were getting behind this Jesus person. No wonder they can't understand why this religion would have got off the ground, because they're not willing to acknowledge their bias and look beyond that in order to understand why and how Jesus' teachings were received at that time. We spent the whole hour and the lesson was completely derailed because they just could not get beyond why would anyone believe in this stuff. And that made me realise we have got this wrong. We need to be teaching them from day one, this is your worldview, therefore this is your bias, and actually that's going to affect the way you approach the study of everything that we do. And therefore, if you can acknowledge that bias and just be willing to look beyond it, and I'm not saying obviously that they have to believe in everything that we're telling them, but they can at least consider it, and then, as Wright says, either reject it or bring it into their worldview and modify their worldview as a result of everything that they are doing. And actually, when the idea of worldviews first came about, I'll be the first to admit that I thought it was a bit of an arbitrary rebranding. I thought it was a bit of, let's just try and make it relevant to the students. And 4 years on, I'm at the point where actually I would say that it has made it much more relevant to my students, that they can genuinely understand why this matters for them. So yeah, that's basically why we came up with the idea. And then just the idea of, now then, as we go through the curriculum, what we're kind of doing is we're using this lens symbol all the way through to show them, well, how can we look at this from, we're asking them, how does the concept of a worldview link to this? So in one of our units, we look at, well, what would have Jesus looked like? And again, from their Western worldview, they think he was a white man with blue eyes. And that's because artists have depicted him in that way, because they were doing that from their worldview. And now they can really understand that actually, no, that wouldn't have been the case. And they can acknowledge the bias that even those artists were using when depicting those paintings. The same with an inquiry question, we might use some of the lenses, some of the ways of knowing to ask them, well, if we're looking through an atheist lens, how would they interpret this inquiry question? The same from a Catholic lens and a Quaker one. And then, we're coming on to GCSE, some of the obviously really some of the really controversial topics that we might think about. We obviously teach them the Catholic view of abortion. That's what they need to know for the specification. But actually, again, instead of saying all Catholics believe this, we need to be really cautious again about that language and say, well, most Catholics might think this because of the teachings from the Catechism. However, how would somebody's personal worldview then influence how they come to this? There will be Catholics that don't agree with this, and that's because they are bringing its personal influences that would make them differ from the position of the Catholic Church. And we are able to use this language now with them to make that distinction. Last one here, again, with applying it to a GCSE exam question and getting them to think about, well, how would somebody's personal worldview influence the way they approach this question? So, you might have a Christian who emphasises God's transcendence over his immanence because that's the relationship they feel they have with God. Whereas somebody else, another Christian, might talk about, well, actually, I believe that I have a very personal relationship with God. I believe I'm able to communicate with him and I can feel and experience him in this world, and that's because of my relationship with him. And again, it just enriches that those conversations further. So that's it really. I hope I've kind of given you some ideas of how you can kind of do this in practice. It's still something I didn't feel I necessarily got right. It's still something I'm wrestling with. But yeah, I hope that was a little bit useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Just Charlotte, that was absolutely amazing. I just sat there and smiled the entire way through that. I just wanted to say a massive thank you to everyone who is presenting today. I know you've taken out time out of your sort of school days and time out of time that you could have been spending with family to put things together to enhance everyone's sort of practice in their classroom. So thank you very much for that. Also, thank you to all our sponsors who also are trying their best to enhance what's going on in our classrooms. And this day wouldn't be possible without the sponsors that we have. So the next one that we're going to introduce is Oxford University Press, and it's Melanie who's going to talk a little bit about what they are doing to help us in our classroom.
While we're waiting for slides to work, did anyone do the bank card at the reception? So we've got one at the front table. Might not be ours, might as well else. Just while we're waiting for the technology, if anyone wants to check.
No, that.
Hello, can you all hear me? I'm very unused to doing this, despite being very old rep. I always usually riddle out of this, so I'm not sure how loud to speak. I don't usually need a microphone, and I don't know if I can coordinate the clicker either, so bear with me, everyone. So, first slide. Okay. So, hello, everyone. I'm a local consultant for OUP, and my name's Melanie. I'm here today with our RE publisher, Minhar. I'm just going to give you a very little short overview of what we publish for RE, and we hope that you'll come over to the stand later to have a look at our books and talk to us. Okay, now at Oxford, we like to start with a student book, and then we support with revision guides, workbooks, and engaging interactive digital resources as much as we can. Okay. So we're starting today with our newest titles. We've just published textbooks on philosophy of religion and religion and ethics for Educase level. These books have been written by experienced law examiners Lily Alawalia and Claire Lloyd. They're endorsed by Educase, and they focus on making the A-level content accessible to students. So the AO1 and AO2 content is separated, and there are activities to help students develop both skills. They also feature extensive exam support, including annotated model paragraphs. Okay. We've also recently published brand new resources to support EDUCAS GCSE routes A and B. So for Route A, we cover Christianity, Islam and themes, and Route B is Catholic Christianity with Judaism. The EDUCAS indoor student books offer concise coverage of content in clearly laid out spreads. There are knowledge recall and evaluation practice activities on every spread. There are exam skills practice pages, including exemplar responses and tips to show students how to structure and improve their answers. And the teacher support is available on our Caboodle platform. If you aren't familiar with Caboodle, then really it's just a place to give students and teachers access to digital versions of the student books and opportunities for interactive quizzes to help them learn the content, and a place to put teacher support really. And the value of a digital resource like this is that we can quickly respond to the needs of teachers, and we can put extra support on there at any time we might need to. Okay. For this particular resource, for EDUCAS, we provided an animated exam paper walkthrough, auto-marked quizzes that feed into a mark book, and answers to the activities in the student book. We currently, I should mention, have a special discount of 35% on the print versions of these books. Is that not obvious at all?
Fine, go on.
Can you all hear?
Yeah, don't worry.
I never have needed a microphone before. I need another slide now. Oxford have a full range of student books, revision guides, workbooks and Caboodle for AQA and EdXL, GCSE and OCR A-level. This slide shows just a selection of our revision guides and workbooks. We sell these at 40% discount all the time, so look closely at the catalogue, they're not unaffordable. For AQA, our best-selling revision guides cover every faith, and we also have writing workbooks for Christianity and Islam, Christianity and Buddhism, and Catholic Christianity papers. We've got revision guides for EdXL A and B, and writing workbooks for Catholic Christianity. For OCR A-level, a single revision guide covers everything you need for the AS and A-level exam. The revision guide includes activities to develop the critical evaluative skills students will need to succeed in their exams, as well as 60 practice questions with mark schemes covering every topic. Also, if you're subscribed to GCSE Caboodle already, then keep an eye out early next year for an exam pulse update, which will point students to the helpful revision and exam practice resources we have on Caboodle. Next one. I don't know how many, are there any people from Catholic schools?
Is there anyone from Catholic schools?
Good, come and see me soon. Where's the person? Hi, do come and see me. We've got, most importantly, we're developing a course, the new religious education directory for Key Stage 3, called Source to Summit. And also we've got a lovely new book, Catholic Christianity from EDUCAS, and we already published for AQA and EdXL. So come and have a chat, we've got some really exciting resources. Okay, it's nearly the end. Finally, just a quick word about, is it on there?
Yeah.
Okay. I am prepared, honestly. Okay. Finally, this slide just showcases our existing Key Stage 3 RE resources. This is a very useful set of resources. There are 6 religions covered, 6 full-colour student books available if you want to buy those, which include lesson objectives, case studies, activities, assessment, and a glossary of keywords. There's also this really nice Caboodle bundle, which gives you access to digital versions of all 6 student books, all 6 teacher books, and also it gives you film clips, audio clips, case studies, lesson plans, presentations, worksheets, interactives, images. It's really, really lovely, and it's not expensive. The bundle price is only £361, that's an unlimited number of students. So, and we do free 2-month trials of this, so if anyone would like to have a little look at it, no pressure, just see what it can offer you. Just come and give me your details and I'll set anyone else who wants that. And I think, and finally, Caboodle is now mobile phone friendly. And that's about it really. Sorry. Thanks for your time everyone, and look forward to talking to you later.
Thank you.
We are going to introduce our next speaker in just a moment, and Tom's just going to fix the live stream for those at home. They can hear us, they can see all of you, but they can't see the slides, obviously that's a bit wrong anyway, like a visual aid. So I've been asked to waffle, I'm very good at that. Anyone who knows me already will know that, and my colleagues will tell you I'm the queen of it. So the kind of structure of today was to talk about this idea of worldviews and religion. Obviously, we've seen this huge movement, and there's lots of incredible and inspirational work, many of which we've heard about already this morning, about why it's so important to start diversifying our curriculum and thinking about what it is that we include in. And that's how we wanted to start our day, thinking about, well, what is it we are talking about when we talk about religion and worldviews, and how do we start to implement that into our classroom? As we go throughout kind of the rest of today, now the next few sessions are talking about very specifically how we bring the religion aspect into our classroom, and how do we talk about the diversity of views within that, how do we structure a scheme of work or a curriculum or a narrative around these particular areas that we know can be quite tricky. I'm sure many of us in the room have taught, and some still do it, they taught in kind of silos of Christianity and Judaism and Islam and so on. And there's a lot of work being done about changing that and bringing that narrative together. And so that's what I've been thinking a lot about. And when Zainab reached out and said, can I come and talk? And she told me which one to talk about. I was like, yes, please. Because I've just planned this curriculum. And I'm like, yours probably going to be better than mine. I'm definitely going to steal it. It's not waffling. I'm good. But the point still stands is that the curriculum that's going to be talked about now is the power of narrative in RE is something that's really important. Engaging our students with the concepts that we're telling them and not having them seen as kind of like very one-dimensional, but this lived experience that brings people into a narrative that they can follow through. That, you know, something like Islam is not this kind of unknown quantity that they can't make any sense of, it feels very different, but actually seeing that trajectory as we follow through. The same with the Dharmic faith, and looking at that interconnectedness and that weave of narrative, faith and practice and belief that brings them all together. So I am now going to stop waffling and hand over to Zainab, who's going to talk about her amazing work, the power of narratives in RE.
Okay, thank you. A bit like Charlotte, actually, I've never actually stood and done this in person, so I'm apologising in advance. So the power of narratives in RE, before I start, I just have to give a shout out to my school, Trinity Academy Leeds. We're a brand new school, part of the Trinity Max. We're only 2 years in, and the culture at this school is absolutely exceptional. I warmly invite you to come and visit us. It is outstanding, and it's one of the highlights of my career, my very short-lived career, moving to this school. Okay, so the power of narratives in RE. So a little bit more context into it. Like I said, it's a new school. This is actually the first year that we have religious studies as a separate subject. Before it was intertwined with PD, professional development. So everything that I'm talking about at the moment has been done once and only once. So it is quite literally the basics, the very first steps. Now, this quote here by Mary, my actual favourite person. Stories have the power to open up the imagination, to create a background for a new unit, to supply tier 2 and tier 3 vocabulary, and to provide a context for the big ideas and concepts. I could probably stop the presentation right here because she said everything I need to say. But this is quite a nice summary into why narratives are so important in our subject. We are so privileged to have a subject that has a wealth of information in it, and so many concepts that intertwine and link with each other. So in this presentation, I'm going to give you an example of how I've done that, and that is through Abrahamic faiths. But first, of course, why we are doing that. Now, we know, of course, that using narratives, just like Charlotte talked about in our personal worldviews, and linking it back to what students will remember the most, it helps us to make sense of our experience of the world. There's a brilliant article in the British Journal of Religious Education on narrative theology, and it's so interesting on how using narratives, using this idea of stories and prioritizing stories over, just listing content to our students helps them to remember more in the long term. Stories also have the ability to make the abstract concrete. Okay, this idea that when we have the opportunity to be read to read ourselves, to understand through a narrative why religious people have those beliefs and practices, we have the ability to then strengthen our long-term memory, and that's something that you hear a lot now in education research as well. And of course, they're emotionally and intellectually stimulating. That's why our students remember it. They remember it more. I could sit and talk all day about, Moses. I could sit and talk all day about Abraham, about Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, of course. Our students will remember it because they are interested in it as well. I always like to use this example of curiosity. Our students learn because they are curious. And what better subjects than that? I mean, obviously we are RE teachers, but I will say it is the best subject in the world because we instill interest in their minds. We make them curious. That's why we're all fighting for a spot in the curriculum, because we know our subject has value for that reason as well. Education inspection framework is, of course, a basis that we all look for information on how we plan our curriculum, and they quite nicely summarise it. Over the course of study, teaching is designed to help learners to remember in the long term the content they have been taught and to integrate new knowledge into larger concepts. That final bit about integrating new knowledge into larger concepts, the best way to do that is through narratives. And like I said, in our room, we have the perfect platform to do that, because so many of these religions that we study, it's just like Jim's mentioned as well in his presentation, they do all link together. They all share similar experiences, similar beliefs and practices that help us remember more. Thankfully, Adam talked about schema, so I don't need to talk too much about that. But of course, it helps us to build our schema, build our student schema, their understanding, their connections with their prior knowledge, their personal experiences, their lived experiences. An example that I like to tell my students is if I just tell them when my birthday is, it's 15th of August by the way, if I tell them when my birthday is, they're unlikely to remember it. If, however, I tell them the story of how I'm Pakistani, and on Pakistani Independence Day, which is the 14th of August, my father went out and had a bit of a party, let's say, in the most Muslim way possible. And my mum was left, pregnant at home with my grandma. And then I decided now is a great time to come into the world. And then I ended up being born on Indian Independence Day, which is the following day instead. They are more likely to remember it, about how Pakistani was born on Indian Independence Day. And my family don't let me forget that as well. In fact, my first birthday cake was a Pakistani flag, just to remind everyone that I'm Pakistani. So they're more likely to remember stories, and they're more interested in it as well. So Abrahamic faith then. Like I said, this is quite a foundational topic, so it has only been taught once so far, so I'm open to your suggestions as well and your expertise. And this is what the unit looks like. So how is Abraham a father of nations? And these are the topics that we look at within that. Now, so far I'm planning towards a 6-week lesson unit, but we obviously to expand. What did religion look like in Mesopotamia? I love starting with the history and context, a little bit similar to what Adam was saying as well, starting with the foundations before going straight into that topic. I want students to build their schema, and I know, having planned the curriculum, that we are going to come back to this later. I know that when we study Islam as a more, broader religion, we are going to come back to a map that they will also see where Mesopotamia is in relation to Saudi Arabia as well. What was life like for Abraham? What does Abraham's promise teach Jews? Why is Abraham's sacrifice significant for Christians? How was Ishmael the foundation for Islam? And what did Abrahamic faith look like today? So I focused on the 3 main Abrahamic traditions, but then in the final lesson, we go into a broader sense looking at Baha'i and Rastafari. Now, my inspiration for this unit was quite simply this quote here, this quote from Genesis. This is my covenant with you, you will be the father of many nations. And from the very first lesson, I introduced my students to this quote. And we come back to it every single lesson, this idea that Abraham is the father of nations. Because like I said, I know my curriculum, and I know that I'm going to come back to this idea of Abraham being a father of faith. What we then do is we work through our own family tree. Now this family tree has changed about 6 times, even though I've only taught it once. We come to this family tree, and I first show students what a completed family tree looks like. And the purpose of this is schema building. I'm introducing this knowledge to my students first, so that when we come back to it, they know and remember it even better. A lot of my students will recognize some of those names in that family tree as well. So I'm already piquing their curiosity as well when I introduce this topic. And every lesson, we go through more people in that family tree, and we look at how they link, not only back to Abraham, but also how they link to different Abrahamic faiths as well. So I'd like to start off with religion in Mesopotamia. Again, we want to give students a context before we look at just quite broadly Abraham and who he was. And I always like to visualize it as well. So before I give them the story, I give them a visual aid as well. And then we talk about a specific story. Now I tell my students this all the time, there are thousands of stories of Abraham that we could talk about. And one of my favorite ones is Abraham and the idol shop. You tend to find it more in the Quran, but it is in, broadly speaking, the Bible as well. Abraham and the idol shop, and it's a great example of how Abraham was a monotheist in comparison to, of course, Mesopotamians at the time. Now I'm already introducing my students in year 7 in our very first lesson to the word monotheism, because again, I know it's a golden thread, I know it's going to come back later when we study these faiths in more detail. And there's opportunities again for students to reflect on that knowledge through questioning and then obviously through keywords as well. And then, like I said, it's a story. So we talk about Abraham's migration. We talk about how, after destroying the idols in the idol shop, Abraham was forced essentially to migrate. And I know again that we're going to come back to Canaan, we're going to come back to Jerusalem when we study other faiths as well. So it's a story that on the journey with Abraham, essentially. And we talk about the other covenants as well. I absolutely love this quote. God preserved the world through Noah, initiated redemption through Abraham, established the nation of Israel through Moses, promised an eternal shepherd king through David, and then fulfilled all his covenants through Jesus. It's an amazing quote to bridge all of those religions together. And I'm introducing that to my students from the get-go. They know that Abraham is the father of nations. They know when they complete their family tree, added to it each lesson, that all of these people link together. And remember, we're talking about how this links in with their wider society as well. Okay, so they're building that empathy as well for others around them. And we look at each of those covenants. Again, we look at it through a story narrative. I'm actually thinking I'm changing this a little bit, so it's too busy at the moment. But this is how we did it in the first instance. We looked at each covenant, and then we looked at how they bridge together. What are the common themes to each covenant? And then coming on to Christianity now. So again, a story that I picked up was the sacrifice of Isaac. Now I could quite simply show them a video. You might have seen it in the Bible or the movie. There's a great video on depicting the sacrifice of Isaac. But I want them to read it instead. I want them to know and recognize the language that we use when we talk about the sacrifice. And they absolutely love it because they're visualizing it instead. They're visualizing the idea that Abraham reached out his hand and took the knife to slaughter his son. It's an amazing story to read to students and them to, pique their curiosity as well, like I said. And of course, by this point, we've also studied and we've looked at how Abraham was called a transgressor, and he called others transgressors as well for not believing in monotheism. So we look at how that compares then to Abraham then being willing enough to sacrifice his son. By this point, they're reflecting on their personal worldviews as well. What do they think about Abraham sacrificing his son who was also, a miracle for him? And then I tell them as well the context of it. So where different faiths believe that the sacrifice happened, whether it might have been in Jerusalem, in modern-day Palestine, in Mecca for Muslims. For many Muslims, they would argue that Ishmael was sacrificed in Mecca. And again, I know my curriculum. I know I'm going to come back to Mecca. I know I'm going to come back to Mount Marwa, which is part of course, the pilgrimage to Mecca as well that Muslims perform. And then we also compare this to Jesus' sacrifice. So before students have even started the GCSE, I'm talking year 7 here, I'm introducing students to the crucifixion, to the incarnation, to salvation. My year 7 students are absolutely outstanding that they can tell me those 3 terms, and they can tell me as well how they compare to Isaac's sacrifice. And then to stretch my students, I instead have give them the Venn diagram for themselves to tell me how they compare to each other. Just take time, sorry. So Isaac's sacrifice and Jesus' sacrifice. We talk about how they compare to each other. We talk about what we can learn from them and how they reflect our worldviews as well. And then moving on to Islam and how Abraham is Ishmael is a foundation of faith for Islam. Again, using a visual aid. This is not actually Saudi Arabia, this is just a picture from Google. But I love this picture because this is probably what it would have looked like at the time. And the story that I use, again, using a different story, the story that I use in this instance is the story of Zamzam water. So the considered blessed and holy for Muslims. And the story of Zamzam water, you might be familiar, Hajar or Hagar running back and forth between the mountains 7 times into the water. Students are familiarizing with that story, with the visual aid in the background. So I'm reading it as they are listening and reading it with me in their booklets. and they're visualizing what that might have been like for Hedger at that time, that is going to help them when they then go to explain why it was important. They're building up their schema of these topics. We know, of course, as well, that my students are going to return back to this at some point later in the year as well. So they're familiarizing themselves with the 3 Abrahamic faiths in quite literally just a short span of time. And I know that they'll remember it because it's stories, it's narratives. I know that I've piqued their interest, and I know that they've got a better chance of remembering it. Even if I just put that picture on the board, I'm absolutely confident that my students will tell me which story it relates to, and they will narrate the story back to me as well. And then I show them again what it was like, or what it looks like. So this is the well of Zamzam at the moment, and it's how locked and caged it is. And we talk about why that is and why that's significant. Because now they know the story. Now they know why the holy water is so blessed and why it's so pure and why it needs to be protected. And then we talk about where the well is as well in Mecca. And by this point, of course, we've looked at Mount Marwa already because we looked at the sacrifice. So then I tell them where Mount Marwa is and where the Zamzam well is as well in relation to each other. This obviously comes with subject knowledge as well, being a Muslim myself. But my students are subject experts now as well because of that. And then finally, linking back to Islam, because my students are now familiar not only with Mount Marwa, they're also familiar with this well of Zamzam, it makes sense now to introduce the building of the Kaaba. And we talk about how Ishmael and Ibrahim, peace upon him, they were the ones who then built the Kaaba, and this was a narration of Prophet Muhammad. So now I've introduced them to Prophet Muhammad through Abraham and Ishmael. It's fascinating, isn't it, how it all links together? And I know my students love that as well. I know that they are interested in how they all link together. And after each lesson, by the way, we're continually going back to our family tree, but continually adding back to it as well and how they all link together. And then I introduce, of course, the Kaaba and what it looks like today. We look at different historic pictures of the Kaaba and artistic impressions. And just at the bottom, you can see what's called the Magani Ibrahim, so the golden dome, which has the footprints of Prophet Ibrahim in it as well. So we've talked about how Ibrahim stood on a stone to build the Kaaba, and then we talk about how that stone is still there today. And I know that they'll remember that for certain, even if I just point to it or show them that picture. And then our final lesson is on the future of Abrahamic faiths, or the extension of Abrahamic faiths. And we look at, broadly speaking, although I'm rethinking it in light of Tuesday's session, but broadly speaking, the Baha'i and Rastafari movements and how they are also considered Abrahamic faiths. Bearing in mind, my students now know what incarnation is, even though they're 12 years old. They know what the incarnation is, so they can narrate to me the story of how Haile Selassie is considered to be the incarnate of Jesus, the second coming of Jesus in the Rastafari movement. We will eventually look at the Ahmadi faith as well. So I know by looking at Baha'i, I'm expanding their minds on how Islam could be interpreted differently, so that when we do come to looking at Shia Islam and looking at Ahmadi Islam, they are already open-minded about it. They've already understood how those worldviews can differ. There are other examples as well. This is not an exhaustive list. And I'm still in the process of collating my curriculum as well. It is literally from scratch. So there are many other examples of how we can do this and how we can do it justice as well. But this is probably my favourite unit that I've taught so far. In fact, it's the only unit I've taught so far because it's only November. But so far, it definitely is my favourite unit in the last 5 years of teaching, because I know my students know and remember more because of those stories, because of those narratives. And I know that they, for certain, have learned a wealth of vocabulary that is going to benefit them in the long term for RS, even though they're only in year 7 at this point. I'm going to end on that quote by Mary Mallet. I wish I could take credit for the quotes because it's so perfect, but she summarizes it so well. They do have the power to open up their imagination. They do have the power to provide a context for big ideas and concepts. And I know that my students will be able to do that in the long term as well. Thank you.
Thanks. And that was amazing, thank you so much. And I'm sure there'll be loads of questions that derive from us, so please do write them down ready for the panel later on. We've got one more speaker before we go for lunch. Who is our speaker is also a member of our team who has helped to kind of make this event come alive today, and we're eternally grateful for the support and the knowledge and contacts that Molly actually sent everyone in our room. It's very impressive. Molly's been touched with kind of, obviously we've looked at kind of the Abrahamic faith. It's important that we also acknowledge, and I know we're kind of focusing on the big six. It's important that we recognise the dark effects, but for many of us it's perhaps in areas that we're not super confident. I know certainly for me that's my position. I was really excited for this bit. I'm going to hand over to Molly, just going to slide for you. I'm going to hand over to Molly, who's going to talk about Hindu dog. Thank you.
I'm not sure how right, okay. So I'm going to talk about Hindu concepts of the divine, because this is one of the things that a lot of people struggle with when they're talking about Hindu beliefs. But can you all hear me? I'm talking on. Do I need to speak into the microphone? Okay, right, okay. So I'll continue to do that. So when I was speaking to Becky and Shubham, and we were talking about dark faiths, people struggle to understand what Hindus believe about the divine, about God, etc. So I said, okay. So I've done it with Strictly RE, so some of you might have seen this on Strictly RE as well, but they'll pick out key elements from that because of the time. Okay, so we're going to look at Hindu concepts of God or the divine and how we can use a range of teaching and learning strategies in our classrooms, because I don't feel like anything like me, quite like to take away some ready-made stuff with you, and we've had fantastic ideas from the range of speakers so far this morning, and we'll continue to have more fantastic ideas from the speakers this afternoon as well. Okay, so one of the things that most confuses people is the idea that Hindus believe in lots of gods, don't they? They believe in 33 million. Actually, not really. Really, Hindus fundamentally believe in one. It's understood through many different names, many different aspects. Kind of like, when I'm talking about this in the classroom with my students, kind of like pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. And if you were to look at all the different qualities that we think of the divine as being, one of the lessons I do with Year 8 is the alphabet of God. And we'll look at the different qualities that God has, and it comes up, this alphabet of God comes up later on as well. And I say to them, we all have our own piece of the alphabet, and we all understand the divine as that, but we have to add it up together to get that overall picture. And we're not going to get that big picture, because God is such a big, vast concept that it's beyond human understanding, truly. Okay? And so this idea is kind of central to Hindu beliefs. It's a pluralistic religion, so we can have people who will believe and ardently favour worshipping one divine being, and that's okay, because it's so diverse, there's no right or wrong way of doing things, and that kind of links in with what James was saying earlier on about the diversity and the beauty of the diversity and the celebration of that beauty as well. And one of the other analogies I use with students is this prism. I've also been using the analogy of a pyramid with them more recently as well. And all three aspects of the divine, the Trimurti, work together. If you don't have one of those, the whole pyramid would collapse. The same way, the Trimurti can't be seen as three separate pieces of a jigsaw. They have to work together. They have to be there. When you take away a jigsaw puzzle, a piece of the jigsaw puzzle, you can still work out what it's about, that piece there. But with the pyramid, if you take away one side of the pyramid, the building would collapse. It's kind of different. When we're looking at the different images that we have, they're like the different colours of that prism. But the light that's going into it is the one light. And that is how the divine and Brahman should be understood for Hindus. Okay? So they're not, and the Hindu faith is quite good in that it's very visual, so you can use a lot of images in the classroom, as well as stories, so it links in with what other speakers have been talking about before. And that is the beauty of it. So that confuses students. How can Hindus believe in one God and many, and have all these different images? And then there are some Hindus who have no images whatsoever. And so the story which Charlotte also had an image of the 6 blind men and the elephant Told by Godfrey Sachs, and it's been formatted in lots of many different ways, kind of really encapsulates this story. Godfrey Sachs translated it. It was originally a Hindu story to show that blind men, when they touch this elephant, they all feel a different aspect, and they all interpret it, they have their own world view of that elephant. And that is fine, but they don't get that big picture, like the jigsaw pieces that I was talking about before. And if they work together, then they'll understand that concept better. So using that story in the classroom, and then getting the students to understand it, and with primary school students, you can physically get them to do those kind of mystery bags and see what they say, what's in the mystery bag, with items that Hindus might use in prayer and worship, and then actually look at those, maybe as an introductory lesson to show that actually we all might use this in different ways. And sometimes in drama lessons, people do that, where they're getting an object, using it in different ways. So the story there helps us to understand that the divine, which is symbolised by the elephant, is too vast for us to understand, but it shows different key aspects of the divine. The different deities, the deities that people have in their shrines are the focus for those particular people. So if you are from, like my family's from Mathura, which is where Krishna was born, so a lot of people from Mathura will have shrines full of Krishna images. However, we don't just have Krishna in our home shrine. We have Ganesh, we have Shiva, we have all of them, who kind of is firmly in all of the different divine aspects, or at least the key ones of well, maybe images there. And she also has a cross, which is surprising to a lot of people because she accepts Jesus as an incarnation of God. So, she's not like, that's Christianity and that's Hindu Dharma. She's open to all faiths all the time. Okay, so you might do an activity like match up text with images. Ask the students to answer what does it represent? What do you think? Rather than just telling them, what do you think? And then if there's any misconception, generally there's a little genius in the classroom who will understand it properly and will be able to tell you, and you can then have that bit further discussion with them. Labelling the image with the right parts is another way to do it. This image is one that's just available on the internet, which helps students to understand it as well. And then there's the layered approach of the alphabet of God. So we go through and I ask them, you pick out which of the better RE words as well. So a lot of literacy goes on in my classroom as well. So I'm quite keen on getting them to think harder and develop and literacy levels of English, which they're using all the time. Because nobody wants to write just awesome, God is awesome. Why is God, or why is the divine awesome? What qualities make him awesome? He's almighty, and then they've unpacked a bit more Hinduism, or Hindu Dharma, understanding that can go back and out, actually connect with humans to prove that. For the slightly older ones, you can look at quotations and pick out the key points from the quotations. Pick out the qualities. We've got these qualities in the A to Z. What qualities can you identify there? And what I've also been asking them to do is, it says that he's all-knowing. Can you tell me a better word for all-knowing that you know? Generally say, on your skin, on your person, etc. So they're then able to develop not just their RE understanding, but their literacy within RE as well. Both of those can go hand in hand. Another good activity for them to do and to understand is the symbolism of the own symbol. Conversation with students using the own sound and explaining that with them, and also the analysis of the image. The own symbol represents Brahman, how does it do that? And they can label it all, and then they can add the alphabet of God to that and add images with that as well, to give some more detailed understanding, and not just keeping it written, formulaic stuff, actually a bit more creative RE going on there as well. They might do it in that kind of template there. Okay. It is important for us to remember the distinction between Brahman, Brahmins, and Brahma. Okay, so Brahman is the ultimate supreme being. Brahmins are the priests. There is a kind of tendency for some people to start talking about caste. But can I urge you, please, to avoid that, because that's more to do with the sociology aspects. And really, in the RE classroom, we're not talking about the sociology aspect, we're talking about the actual belief in practice. And not everybody ascribes to the caste system. Okay, so you know, teachers, priests are all part of the, generally are all part of the Brahmin caste, but people can be born from a different caste and move up into account. People can have a different surname and still be a teacher and still be a priest. What you do is your vocation that brings you to it. And Brahma is the first part of the trimality, the creator aspect of the trimality. There is a distinction in the spelling, and sometimes students get confused if you're not really explicit with it. Then I say to them, and as they're getting older, they get this more and more, they understand it more and more. Key qualities, as I was saying before, Brahman, is that he is nirguna, without form, formless, and also sadhuna, which is when they see Brahman in murtis. Shiva followers tend to be more nirguna, because they tend to meditate more. Vishnu followers, so Vishnu is the second part of the tribality, Shiva is the third part of the tribality. Vishnu followers, because of Vishnu having avatars, incarnation on earth, tend to have more physical forms, and they're the ones that you tend to find more in images and books, etc. You will find physical forms of Shiva, but because Shiva meditates, a lot of Shaivites or followers of Shiva will also meditate rather than praying at a murti in the same way. Not always, sometimes. And sometimes we'll also use the word Bhagwan as well, which also means the divine being. So there's the trimality. To help you, and you'll also find different followers will have different markings on their faces after worship. And in different parts of India, followers will do it differently. So in northern India, we tend to use red sindoor paste. Southern India, we tend to use sandalwood paste. They're not mutually exclusive. If I was going to go to a southern Indian mandir and they started doing it in sandalwood, that wouldn't bother me, and the same for most of them. Hindus as well, they wouldn't be bothered about doing things differently at all between mandirs and where they're from. Okay, and then another activity which is great to do, especially with the younger kids, is to get the images and get them to analyse the image and unpack what's going on in that image and what does that all mean. And why is it important for those believers to have those images? Okay, so they find, boys especially get really excited about the fact that there's snakes and there's leopards and there's tigers going on in all these murtis and images. And that's great because that really kind of reconciles with the stories and the narratives that they're in. It's always great if you can match up a story for them, maybe to have read beforehand, before they come into the lesson. So it really gives them a visual kind of hook when you're in the lesson that links to the story that they've read for homework maybe, or the video clip, because not all of our learners learn easily by reading stories, but a lot of them will be able to understand the key points from the videos that they've watched that you select for them. And so I go through that, and then we have a chart, and I ask them to pick out, what do you notice about their heads, faces, arms, animals that they're linked with? Why do you think they have that? What other things do you notice? So they're then able, as they get older, and they start making the links between the stories. Brahma has water, and why do we have water? Water cleanses. When else do we see water? Water appears when we have creations. Links back to his role in creation. He's also got the holy books in his hand, the first holy books are in his hand. So all those kind of things kind of help them to link the images, the stories, and the beliefs that Hindus have about the deities, which makes it easier for students to understand that diversity of imagery that Hindus have and the diversity of beliefs between deities, because some will favour one more than the other, but also overall the Hindus want to be one. And generally, people tend to focus on the males, but actually, Shakti or Tridevi is also very important. So it's important that you represent the female form of the divine in your classroom as well. All the males tend to have a female consort with them as well. Sometimes they're depicted with them, sometimes they're not. But you know, when we talk about like the president, the prime minister, behind every good man is a strong lady, kind of is the same with the divine forces as well. They need the ladies to keep them in balance and in check. And they also have important roles as well. And there's a whole period that's just happened in time in the festival year where Hindus will focus just on worshipping the form of the divine, and they celebrate that form completely. They do it other times as well, but in particular, this whole kind of 2-week period is focused on that only. So there's key ones are Saraswati, Lakshmi and Parvati, and it links in with who they're married to and what roles they play there. And then you can ask them, again, a bit of image analysis there as well, what they're holding in their hands, what does it symbolise, why is it important for us? The other task, which is quite good to get them to do, is look at the family tree but of the Hindu deities, because it can be quite confusing for them, because some of them, like Vishnu, has avatars, different forms that arrive on Earth to help humans get rid of sin and evil. Shiva doesn't tend to have lots of forms. He's got 3 main forms, but he's also well known for being the father of Ganesh. And Ganesh is a children's favourite. Every child loves Ganesh. If they don't love Ganesh, they love Krishna. Those two tend to capture those children's hearts. So it's good to have a look at those stories linked to them. Ganesh in particular, all the children were fascinated. How does he have an elephant's head? But the more important story for Ganesh is the one where him and his brother are told to go on a journey around the world, and whoever wins that race is going to win this amazing prize. Off they go. Kartikeya goes, he's the one who rides with the peacocks. He goes off on this long journey. Takes a long time. Ganesh's journey takes in all of 2 minutes. As he walks around his parents, because they are his world. And that shows the children their values. It also links in with things like values, which is to do with Hindu family life as well. So you're linking in stories, linking practice, linking in beliefs as well. So it all kind of builds a bigger picture for students. And then you can look at the avatars. When I look at avatars with students, I look at how avatars evolve. So they evolve from being animals, then you get half man, half lion, then you get a dwarf, and then eventually you get fully human, and Hindus are waiting for a pure human. And I say to them, which other religions have got that, waiting for a saviour still to arrive? We can see that, namely in Judaism, we can see that, namely in Christianity, where we're waiting for the second coming of Christ. So they can make those links across religion as well, through the study of Hindu Dharma. With the older children, generally in primary school, when you're looking at the story of Diwali, the story of the Ramayana, people tend to teach the story, and that's great. We don't need to do that in secondary school so much. We should evolve from that to looking at what do students learn from that story. They learn about the qualities of Rama, learn the qualities of Lakshmi, the qualities of Sita. Why does that matter? Because they symbolise what people should be like, the kind of people that we should be. So they can see that, they watch the video, look at that. Sometimes I'll set them the video for homework, and then they could come and unpack it in the classroom. So they've already come in with some knowledge, that they're not coming in with everything new for them. Okay? And then one of the other things that I've done with students is I've got them to create a magazine, where they've created a magazine about a particular deity, They found out a story, they found out the symbolism of the different aspects of the image, and they're able to link in festival, link to that deity as well, and they're able to put that together, and that's ended up being part of their end of year exam mark as well. So they're building up a lot of skills. They're learning about Hindu Dharma, but they're learning a lot of skills as well. Starting to do research, and they're starting to write up, and they're building up their ICT skills. For those students I've got who are pupil premium, and I've got quite a lot in my school, I'll book out laptops for them after school, and we'll come in and we'll sit down and we'll get on with their work, and they'll be able to ask me for support and help as well when they need to. So I hope you enjoy your teaching. You know where I am on Twitter. If you need any help, any support, any other ideas, please feel free to ask the questions, contact me via Twitter, and all the usual locations where you can get in touch.
That was brilliant. And obviously you can ask questions in the panel later on, because Molly's joining us then too. But what we're waiting for is now lunchtime. So we're moving to 1 o'clock, it is now lunchtime. We're going to suggest about 45 minutes for lunch. Obviously some people have said they're going to bring their own with them, or they'd be free to kind of lock you in. You're free to go out and get lunch if you want to, and then hopefully come back. Those of you that have asked for lunch at the table, it's all just available in there. We're just going to tick off the names just so that we know that we're feeding the right people. There's tea, coffee, snacks, fruit, all that kind of stuff if you get a little bit snacky, all in there as well. If you can come back for about 1:45, that would be fantastic. Thank you so much for everything so far this morning. So thank you everyone.
No, I enjoyed it. It's good actually. So similar to
Just for the speaking sponsors, there's lunch available for you as well. So if you pay for your lunch, it's in there, the speaking sponsors can help themselves too. Obviously, everyone else, if you brought yours, feel free to eat. If you want to kind of head out, we're really close to lots of things. Yeah, very appreciated. Yeah. Good job. So you can sit there. I might be you know what I mean?
If they're original reader doesn't want to do it. What's that? 3 weeks today.
Yeah, exactly. I remember someone used to do that. She got, it was her wedding, her sister did a rap.
Oh, was it Nico Viral?
Yeah, it did. Yeah. But you will find you will look if the other person wants to do it.
You doing it? Oh yeah. I'm alright. Oh, also, my mom you're good at I was also
Start this row on Monday. Don't think very by example, I'm told this is what you want to do, this is what you have to do. The context of it's more just about the example. Not really, that's more XDR, yeah. It's more, it's like 1 mark question how you achieve it. After that, it's not like some pages to full choice area. I chose to teach it.
Yeah.
I'm at a big restaurant. Today's like my busiest day. I don't know, I feel like when you see your sister-in-law, it's
like a big shower. Yeah, we don't do that.
Every time.
I just keep thinking. Oh yeah, yeah, before I was like, I'll be a taxi driver and take the kids home at like 9 o'clock. Take a bottle of wine up to like when
Yeah. She's just
mainly we've got like six groups, which we are lecturers also. But I wouldn't consider that there is I would never have the no, just
it's not yet finished. Yes, he's
last year, and then last year we had to so it is really, yeah, the year's management as well, it's just, yeah, essentially, like, yeah, the operating plan is so if there's any excess, then similarly, rather than yeah, got real buildings as well, which is great. Yeah, we can take
Catch up after. I remember I was showing you how to stay.
I'll show you it. Bro, thanks. I'll just put this down. Just one. Did it? It's come up, so I'll try. Yeah. Robbie Green. Yeah. Yeah. What? All right.
Thanks, Sean. You are very good, by the way.
Well, I only might have one more thing, but yeah. Did you do it together with Dave? So I'm being afraid ready to become
Yeah, but also what's the relationship position it's all very positive. What do you want us to change?
That has been fun. Think a bit longer, Nathan. At least it's going to be a moment. There'll be some stretching.
You've got to do that power stand, haven't you?
Do that, we'll see you again. I looked at this graph direction out of and I less time based on it. I didn't know why this
2 seconds. Yeah. Oh, you've just disconnected and reconnected, so start again.
I'm going to leave Tom to mess with the technology, so every time I press the limit, I break it. So, we're into our afternoon session. Hope everyone feels refreshed and well fed. We've got 3 speakers to go this afternoon, and then we've got our panel, which is where you get to ask all the burning questions that I know lots of us are starting to gather. I know people at home have got lots they want to say. So hopefully there'll be a really good interactive session, lots of different expertise, lots of different opportunities to ask those questions that you've been waiting all day to ask. Whilst President, I'm going to introduce our kind of afternoon keynote speaker. So all through this morning, we've been talking about the concept of worldviews. We've listened to how people interpret this into their classrooms. I'm going to continue with that theme as we go through, very much looking at how we bring all of these ideas, all of these concepts into our pedagogy and into our classroom experience for our students. So our next keynote speaker is Paul Smalley, who, for many of you, I'm sure you know, leads the PGC RE and the undergraduate RE courses at Edge Hill University. I had the real pleasure of being part of the RE summer school at Edge Hill this summer, which, after coming out, I thought was quite a challenging year, I think, for many of us, having been back in the classroom full time. To then dive straight into a summer school was a lot of my colleagues wanted to be like, are you actually a little bit crazy right now? I was like, no, I'm really excited. And I got there, and the passion and enthusiasm that comes from Paul and the team at Edge Hill is absolutely amazing. And I'm sure he might mention a little bit about this later, but you get the opportunity to be part of something like that. It completely reinvigorated my love for RE, which is something we carry with us anyway from that last day of term. We're too tired for that. But absolutely reinvigorated my love for RE, my love of theology, and gave me an experience I wouldn't have otherwise had. So I'm indebted to Paul for the experience I had this summer and kind of how that has shaped my curriculum, particularly in Year 9, as we go into this new academic year. So, this now works. I'm going to hand over to Paul, who's going to talk to us now about what is a very interesting looking title that I'm intrigued to know what this means. But yeah, so thank you, Paul, and hand over to you.
Thank you. Is that about right?
Perfect.
I'll talk that way. Yeah, thank you for that, Becky. This, for those of you that are interested, this is a view of my office. And you can just about see there's a building there, and that's where my office is, at the lovely Edge Hill. And some of you know that, but some of you don't know that that's my office because we used to have one across the lake. But it's quite weird that so many of you have been part of the Edge Hill story over the last few years. This is a little bit about me, most of which is irrelevant. But I did teach RE in 3 high schools quite a while ago, and that becomes relevant in a bit. And I've been at Edge Hill since 2006. And we have 3 different, it was interesting that Adam earlier said, universities don't have departments of RE. Well, we don't technically. So our department is secondary and further education. But the head of department is David Aldridge, who's a professor of philosophy of education and an RE person. And one of the associate heads is an RE person, SJ, and there are about 6 or 7 of us who work in this crossover between religion and RE at Edge Hill. And we run 3 degree courses: religion, education religion, which Chrissy did, and secondary RE with QTS, which Grace did, and which Becky is still doing, which is also a bit scary. And we offer PGC RE, which a few of you did, and we offer masters and doctoral qualifications, as well as the summer school that Becky's already talked about. And yeah, a bit of an advert, we've just received news from Columbia Gabriel's that we've got funding to run the RE Summer School in July of 23. And I can't remember the dates, but it's something like the 24th to the 27th, which doesn't make sense because that's not 5 days worth, but it's that sort of week. And it will be residential again at Edge Hill, and once we figure out a theme, we'll let you know. Yeah. So this is Becky's class. These are my lovely year 3s doing REQTS, and it was taken a couple of weeks ago, and we were looking at some assessment stuff that I'd done in school. So they are 20 years old now, which makes me feel really quite old. And so this was the Year 8 RE exam from 2003. I was tempted for a second to ask who would have been in Year 8 or less in 2003. But yeah, no, that would so you might have done an exam like this. So it's the terminal exam at the end of Year 8, and we've done a module about Jesus. And so the exam featured a series of questions about Jesus. Retell the story. Those of you that lived in the world of levels might recognise some of the language. Retell the story, describe another story that's similar, write some questions about it, suggest some possible answers. It does contain my favourite ever question that I asked a pupil ever, which is down here, 5C. If a Christian friend with a bad illness read this story and told you they were going to stop taking their medication and pray to God for healing, what would you advise them? I mean, I love that question. That's just fantastic. What would you do? Well, the point is, at the end of Year 8, I was testing what they'd done for the 6 weeks previous and making a judgment about how good they were at RE based solely on that. My curriculum, it was in the days of modular GCSEs, if anyone remembers those. So for a few years, at the end of the last Labour government, you could do your English or your Maths GCSE in a modular way. So you did a term's worth of work and got tested on whether you knew it, and then you could forget completely about that because next term you did another module and were just tested on that. When the Conservatives came to power, they thought that was not a good idea and moved to us all, as you know, to terminal exams. So this is a little bit of an image of what my curriculum looked like 20 years ago. It was very, very segregated. We had a module about looking for God and philosophy and proofs and things like that. And then we'd move on and we'd have a module about what does it mean to be a Muslim. And then we'd move on and we'd have another one that might be about Jesus or something. And there was no real connection between them. You might remember having an education that was a bit like that. Hopefully, your curriculums aren't like that now. We're all familiar, well, actually, no, let me ask this question, because Dawn Cox did a quite interesting thing on Twitter the other day, and asked how many people are familiar with the RE Ofsted review, and I was quite surprised, and I think we might get a different answer here. So, put your hand up if you have heard of and read the Ofsted RE Research Review. Put your hand up if you've heard it but not read it. Put your hand up if you've no idea what I'm on about. Yeah, that's quite interesting. You're obviously a connected, well-informed bunch of RE people. Dawn Cox's one came out that 30% of the people who answered her question on Twitter said they'd never heard of it, which was a surprise to me. But you are familiar with the idea of the curriculum being the progression model, that thing from Michael Ford and Christine Council, that the way you make progress is by going on a journey and learning and remembering more of the planned curriculum that they have been taught. that going through that journey helps pupils get better because they build expertise as they go along. And therefore, there needs to be a connection between the things that are studied. When Ofsted talk about a journey, I don't think they mean one like this, though. This is the sort of journey that my curriculum 20 years ago in a high school was very much like. You set off from Rome and ended up the first stop in Naples, where you learned a bit of philosophy, and then you go to Palma de Mallorca, where you learn a little bit of Sikhism, and then you move to Barcelona, where you might learn a bit of Islam. And like I said, they're all interesting things to do, but no real connection. Ofsted have in mind this sort of journey. This is a journey that I took a couple of years ago to see my son he's an actor, singer, performer type thing, and he was in a show in London. And so we decided that we would go and see him. And so we weighed up the options, the different curriculum options, and we decided we would go by car rather than the train. That was our big curriculum choice. And we set off. As we were going along, we did some formative assessment with the help of Google Maps, and that changed our curriculum plan slightly. We went round the top road. And we made good progress and finally arrived at our destination, the Premier in London. Except that wasn't the final destination, that was just a key stage of the journey. We then got on the tube and went to St. Wonder and saw the show. This is the sort of journey that Ofsted have in mind, I think, when they talk about the curriculum being a journey. One with an end point, and one which everything along that journey leads towards. Richard talks about ambitious curricular end goals. And I think that is a really key factor in you planning your curriculums. You really need to have a good understanding of what it is you want your pupils to know at the end of their time with you. And Ofsted, Richard offers up this example of a curricular end goal that is ambitious, that pupils have built up accurate knowledge about the complexity and diversity of global religion and non-religion. I have suggested to Richard that actually, if you count everything that is religion and non-religion in the globe, that is pretty much everything. And it might be a bit too ambitious for our pupils to know everything, but I think we know what he means. The way I phrase what I think the aim of RE is at the moment, and this keeps changing and keeps evolving, is that pupils should study the way secular and sacred worldviews. I'm trying to get this into RE parlance. I've been trying for about 2.5 years now, and I've been completely unsuccessful. Let me explain. I really don't like defining things by what they're not. So I have a little bit of a problem with a non-religious worldview. And I think a better phrase would be secular and sacred worldviews. In the same way that we might have secular and sacred music. Music is either secular or sacred, it's one or the other. We get on with it. Some of it might be both, I suppose, I don't know. Anyway, I keep trying that. I'm ready for someone to have an argument with me about why it's a rubbish idea. No one does, they just ignore me, so feel free to carry on in that vein. But anyway, they should study the ways secular and sacred worldviews have used narrative, questions, symbols, and praxis to try and make sense of the world, both through history and in contemporary society. That's, I think, what we should be aiming at. Well, at least if I was running an RE department, that's what mine would be. Yours clearly will be different in relation to your own local situations. Now, the title was about afternoon tea, not pies or ponds. So here's, I've been doing quite a bit of thinking about metaphors and what people, so I was quite interested with Adam's walled garden metaphor. I quite like that, that's an interesting one. I'll ponder on that over the next few weeks and months. But this is a photograph of a pond in my garden. And Ofsted seems to think RE is quite like a pond. You can tell that because they do deep dives into it, or sometimes shallow paddles. And they say that the curriculum must be broad and deep, like a pond. I'm not sure it's the best analogy, although I do have a bit of writing around how people keep throwing pebbles in the RE pond. The Commission on RE report, the RE for Real, Mark Chater's Reforming RE that got a mention. All of these are pebbles that are thrown into the pond. But actually, what do pebbles do with ponds? They don't really make a difference. They cause a bit of a ripple, a bit of a stir, and then after a while, they just sink to the bottom of the pond. That's a bit pessimistic, isn't it? Here's another one. We talk about slices of pie. People often view the RE curriculum like slices of pie. And James sort of referred to this earlier, in that, Christianity, they must have, a bigger share of the pie than everyone else. And the humanists, they want a big share of the pie. What do they call the Hindu Education Board set themselves up and produced a report. Was it last year or the year before where they complained and really they want a bigger slice of the RE pie? Everyone wants a bigger slice of the pie. It's impossible. You can't keep slicing the pie into more and more bits. You just end up with crumbs, don't you? So I'm not sure if the slice of pie really works anymore. And talking to Trevor Cooling, who was the chair of the REC, who set up the commission, he says that what the intention of the Worldviews project, if we call it that, the intention of the Worldviews project is to engender a paradigm shift. And we've already seen this diagram that I don't think Don Cox made it up. I don't think Trevor Cooling made it up either. I think he nicked it from somewhere. But yes, this is the old view of how RE works with the world religion paradigm, a bit like my 20-year-old curriculum, a bit like the slices of pie, a bit like that journey around the Mediterranean, randomly stopping off at different religious ports of beauty. And Trevor says that the worldview paradigm should force us to have a shift from that to the idea that everyone has a worldview and that different people looking at the same thing have different opinions. The Commission on RE, I don't know if everyone knows this, Commission on RE finished in 2018 with the publication of their report, and then the RE Council, I've got to admit I'm a trustee of the RE Council, I'm involved in this, secured some funding from a couple of funders, quite a lot of money to run the next phase of it. And so Stephen Pett is leading on the Religion and Worldviews project, and the first resource that has been produced is a draft resource that's something that. So give me a wave if you've seen Stephen Pett's Religion and Worldviews draft resource. That's quite interesting. It's available on, I should have put a link, shouldn't I? I didn't. It's available on the RE Council website. So very briefly, the project is a 3-year project. And the first year of the project was Trevor working with an expert advisory panel to come up with this draft resource. And in it, it sets out really what the whole religion and worldviews project is and how you might go about adopting a worldview approach in your classrooms. And the idea was that this resource is then given to 3 teams of teachers. And I was involved in selecting I probably should tell you that, which 3 teams got to put together a framework. So phase 2, the phase that is happening at the moment, is there are 3 teams of teachers. Each consortium includes primary schools, secondary schools. One is led by Nikki McGee, who I think is online.
Yeah, she's there.
Which is based on the Inspiration Trust in East Anglia, and is a sort of MAT-led project. Another one is led by Jen Jenkins in Coventry and Warwickshire, and it's a sort of collaboration between the Diocese of Coventry and the Sacrament of Warwickshire and Coventry. And the third one is led by Gillian Georgiou, and that is a sort of across the country. I was going to say a random collection of teachers, but it's not. It's people who sort of got, I think mainly through Twitter, got to know each other. And that includes church schools, non-religious authority schools, academies, primary, secondary, and so on. And the idea is that these 3 teams of writers will produce a framework, or they will produce 3 frameworks. Rather like an agreed syllabus might be, or a MAT curriculum. I think the idea, the aim of Nikki's project is to essentially produce the curriculum for their MAT. So they will produce these frameworks, and they've got a year to do that. And then phase 3 of the project is that for selected units in those frameworks, they will fully resource them. So in probably in about 18 months' time now, there should be a republication of this, which has been amended following feedback from anyone. So if you read it and think, oh, that's interesting, I like that, I don't like that, write to the RE Council and tell them you give them your feedback. It might change the final publication. It will certainly change due to what the 3 writing teams say. And so in 18 months' time, we'll have a fully a package really of the I don't know what we're going to call this. We'll probably call it a handbook then. The handbook, the 3 exemplar frameworks, and fully resourced modules from those frameworks. So that's where that's going. Interesting that there was a little debate earlier about the local agenda. I've written about that, and we could talk about that if you want to ask for that when we get to the panel. But anyway, in that draft resource, Stephen writes what worldview is. It's quite interesting. I think we've had about 3 different people who've talked about worldviews, and no one's really defined it yet. So Stephen defines it as a worldview is something that describes the way in which a person encounters, interprets, understands, and engages with the world. The way in which a person encounters, interprets, and engages with the world. And that's probably right. I'm not going to try and argue with them. It's based on all of that work that all those academics did, putting together the literature review for the RE Council about worldviews. That's what it is. I don't have a problem with that. But I'm not convinced that that is an object of study. I don't think we want our curriculum to be studying my personal worldview and Adam's personal worldview and Wendy's personal worldview and Kira's personal worldview. I don't think that is the object of study. Because I think that they should be, and maybe I need to include the word organised in my developing understanding of what my curricular aim would be. Pupils should study the ways organised secular and sacred worldviews. I'll think about that. I'll ponder that as well. I don't think we can study everyone's world. It's a bit like, I'm not sure going back to the Ofsted research review, I'm still not sure about this personal knowledge thing. I'm not going to say that RE shouldn't develop pupils' personal knowledge, but actually Richard in the RE research review says, and this is my favourite phrase from the review, that perhaps personal knowledge might be best left unencumbered by assessment. Love that phrase. Any phrase that uses the word unencumbered is a winner in my book. So yeah, I've met lots of geographers, and I don't think they have as their curricular aim to make people love the environment more. Maybe they do, maybe you can argue about that with me. But I think most geography teachers would say, actually, I quite like it at the end if they did love the environment a bit more. But they don't have it as their curricular aim. In the same way, I'm not convinced that RE should have personal worldviews as their curricular aim. So, if we're not having ponds or pies, what about afternoon tea? And this is fairly new thinking. This is thinking that I've developed over the last probably month or two. And it came when I was talking to the Church of England, who's got a little religion and worldviews working group, and I got asked to talk to them. And I was trying to come up with an adequate metaphor. And so I came up with this idea of the RE curriculum as afternoon tea. Because if you go into a posh hotel and someone gives you afternoon tea, you will recognise what it is. You'll know what an afternoon tea is. And you might learn about afternoon tea by experiencing different little tasty morsels. You might have a look at what is that a corned beef sandwich? I don't really know what that is. Look at that little sandwich there anyway, or that little cake there, or that little smoked salmon blini. And you eat, you experience all these different expressions of things that go up to make the afternoon tea. And I'm leaving the Prosecco. I shouldn't have had the glass at lunchtime. I'm leaving all that to one side and concentrating on the food bits. And if we get presented with a different afternoon tea, we'll still know that it's afternoon tea. We might not particularly recognise what this thing is here that's part of it, but we'll understand it's something tasty to eat as part of an afternoon tea. We'll experience lots of different things that go towards making the whole. We might learn along the way the difference between sweet and savoury. We might learn along the way that a scone can be sweet or savoury. That it might have fruit in it or not. We might engage in that long-running, messy debate about jam and cream and the ordering of them. All of this will go into our study of afternoon tea. I'll leave that with you and we'll come back to it in a minute. So what Ofsted said, what Richard said in that RE review is, teachers carefully choose a variety of ways of knowing whether they're the right tools for the job, such as textual, hermeneutical tools, ethnography methods, and historical reconstruction, all that stuff. Yeah, different ways of knowing. This is a picture of there were year ones last year, and I got to teach for the first time a module, year one undergraduate module on Abrahamic traditions. And so the first session, we interrogated the concept of an Abrahamic tradition altogether. Is there such a thing? Is it a legal construct? All that sort of business. And then we basically did 3 weeks on Judaism, 3 weeks on Islam, 3 weeks on Christianity. And for each one, we did some sort of historical reconstruction. We looked at a key figure in the history of our religion. We looked at some texts and some stories. We looked at what some of the practices that religion carries out. And each week we met a believer. And so this is Shazia, who was one of our visitors when we were looking at Islam. And in my perfect world, when we looked at Christianity, I got a brilliant spread. I got a black Nigerian evangelical charismatic pastor who talked to us one week. And I got a liberal Anglican female theologian who talked to us for 1 week. And I got a Orthodox Christian bloke who talked to us 1 week. And it was, look, what a brilliant variety, what a spread. Look how these different expressions of this same faith play out in reality. We were experiencing little tasty morsels on the way to making up the whole of the afternoon tea. And it didn't work quite so well with Islam, because Islam, they only seem to meet female, non-hijabi school teachers. But that in itself led to a great discussion where we went, does that mean that all Muslims are school teachers? And we pretty quickly realised that didn't, and therefore we can extrapolate from that because the 3 we met didn't wear a hijab and were all women, that didn't mean that all Muslims were women, and it didn't mean that they all didn't wear a hijab. And we realised the limitations of the tasty morsels we encountered. Now, I know that I'm teaching in a very different situation to you guys, but actually, that's probably not one of the benefits. One of the things we've learned from COVID and lockdowns and things is it's actually quite relatively easy to get hold of people. You can zoom into your classroom. And if you can't do that, you can record them. And if you can't do that, you can find the story in a book, or you can write it, or actually the way they encounter these religions as living religious entities, living things, I think is quite important. And this is, how do you like that picture, James? This is, again, from Ofsted, and it's a really dense thing, talking about collectively enough. And yeah, I think what we need to make sure is that as pupils progress through our school curriculum, by the end of it, they've had collectively enough encounters with religions and worldviews, beliefs, that they understand religion. They understand what it is to have a worldview. They understand that everyone has a worldview and sits somewhere within or outside of these organised expressions. This actually does all link to the trendy cognitive science that I'm sure you're all great fans of. Yes, someone else mentions, who else mentioned schema? Was it you, Sharon? Someone mentioned schema. Was it Adam? Adam mentioned schema. Schemata. Yeah, so I'm sure you're all familiar with this Piagetian thing that as young children we learn the difference between a table and a chair by encountering tables and encountering chairs, building up mental images of what they are in our minds and assimilating or accommodating as we go. And the same with dogs and cows and sheep and horses and all of that. And I think it's pretty much the same with religions. And again, this is what Richard said in the Ofsted Review. The schema that they build are important. And I think the best way to build these schema is by encountering lots of different expressions of the stories, the narratives, the practices, the beliefs, the people that these views, religions, worldviews hold. And through that, they'll build up that picture of global religion and non-religion. So, I think it's time to finish, is it right? So, This is my final point. I think we should view the RE curriculum as afternoon tea, not as a pie or a pond. You guys should be helping young people learn through encounters with various sweet and savoury treats, religions, worldviews. They have different ways of knowing to build up knowledge of cakes and sandwiches, but aiming to understand what afternoon tea is, what it means to inhabit a worldview, what it means to be human. Now, a lot of what I've said, some of it's new, some of it, the beginning and the middle, the beginning and the end is new. A lot of the stuff in the middle, and a lot more detail about the stuff in the middle, about metaphors, is in that article, and if you click on that QR code, it takes you to an open access version of the article. And that is where I stop. Thank you. Not quite as practical as some of the sessions we've had, but maybe I've made you think, or at least entertained you with the thought of more cake.
Thank you, Paul. That was brilliant. I'm just going to carry on where Paul left off. We can't have afternoon tea and all those cakes. I don't know what else you mentioned, that sandwiches and biscuits and whatever you have in afternoon tea, if it isn't for our sponsors. So I'm going to hand over to Claire from Hodder just to talk us through what we do over that table there. Thank you, Claire.
Can you all hear me okay? How are you doing? I've jumped on the yesterday afternoon as well. So, to be honest, this Ontario is everything that we publish and we take an order. We publish from Key Stage 3 all the way through to the end of time. Most of you, if you don't know our results, is page, but I will be very familiar with what we publish. So, Key Stage 3. We've got our Explore RE, okay? This range is now a couple of years now. So we've got 3 main ranges now at Key Stage 3, Explore RE. We've got the Inspire, which if you can teach RS for a long time, you've definitely seen the Inspire range. And for your Catholic schools, I know there's a couple of Catholic schools there, we are publishing all the new RED curriculum, which still hasn't been finalised, which hopefully will be finalised in January. And because we're looking for endorsement, we won't publish until that curriculum is finalised. The books have been written, so there will be some adjustments, I expect, that will be made, and then we're hoping to publish in spring next year. I do have some samples with me, so I am going to leave them behind. If anything wants to pick them up, please feel free to. So, as well as the main Key Stage 3, we do publish for Wales as well. So we have the curriculum for Wales books. And also common entrance exam as well. Like I said, we do publish the curriculum. So at GCSE, we do all exam boards before we have since day dot. So we do AQA, EdXL, OCR, EdCast. So you won't be with, we do cover you. Again, we now endorse by all exam boards, so everything's published in print is fully endorsed. We did expand our range of AQA, so if you haven't seen some of the other newer AQA books, we'll now do Buddhism, etc. as well, which we didn't when the curriculum change first happened. We do publish again in EdXL and EdCast, both Catholic spec as well as sort of like A and B spec. And what we see now. Now, as well as student books, we publish revision guides, workbooks, exam question practice. So anything you need, we do try and publish for our RS. So again, all the main examples we have got your revision guides for. Again, for workbooks, we have got them newly out for AQA, EdCast and OCR. They are very, very new to the market. If you haven't seen them, please let us know and we'll send you digital copies to have an OCR. And again, exam question practice, which I used to teach a long time ago. We always want banks and banks of more questions, so they're really good to have in stock. A-level. Yes, publish again, OCR, EdXL, we do publish for as well. And we do have the language guides, workbooks, And let's have student guides, a little bit different at A level. Student guides, I would say, sort of sit in between textbook and a revision guide. A little bit more condensed and this like sort of subjects, a bit more specific. At the back of them as well, they also have things like exam questions and examiner answers, so the layout is a little bit different. They're a really good product. Does have aiming for an A, so if you've got those students who are pushing for A grade, the authors have particularly written that book for those students who are aiming for the A to help them write the book for that grade. If you didn't know, we've just recently bought Illuminate Publishing. So Illuminate are again very big in the RS market, so they sort of complement our aim. So we have more student books, and we also have essay skills guides, which we don't publish at home. We didn't publish at home, so Illuminate have those for them as well, and they do include Buddhism. You've then got your revision guides again, and you can books as well. So it's just, again, different authors, different ways of writing. So if you did want to look at them, do let us know. So beyond books, we don't just do books. I know you mentioned Career before, or Reading Boost. Boost is the predecessor for dynamic learning. Dynamic learning, if you ever used it, was getting on past its time, a little bit old, a little bit clunky, and we redesigned Boost and launched in May last year. So Boost is an amazing platform. It is very up to date, it looks current, and so we're going to be adding to it as time goes on. You've got all these standard things like teaching and learning resources, you've got the teaching PowerPoint, etc., and also things like ebooks. Ebooks can be looked at online, but also as an app on the phone, on your iPad, on any type of device. So we're attending the event today. What we've also said is that we're using 25% of any products. So that's my name and my email address. I'm actually the regional lead for North, so I can send the link to consultants if you send me any like I said, we give a discount, but what we also do, if you want to see something but not actually buy it, we'll give you an electronic digital inspection copy that will last about 14 days. The link just then expires. So you're not signed into anything, you don't have to buy anything. The same with the trials of any of the online resources. 30 days, great, then it expires. You're not signed in, you're not sent an invoice, you don't have to cancel, it just stops working for you. So it's a great way of actually having a look at everything without buying anything. Again, if you're interested in anything, I'm going to leave some catalogues and the examples behind. I'm leaving it at the end of afternoon break, so we will be there at the end of the day for you as well. Thank you, that's great. That's very cool stuff in there. Or is it which one's going to let me behind? We've got two more speakers this afternoon, kind of tying together. We've had lots and lots and lots of knowledge and kind of looking at curriculum development and schemas and how this all works. We've now been focused on how we bring all of these specifically into practical ways into our classroom. So how can we teach about the narratives and the worldviews, and how do we actually have students understand that and disseminate that too. So I was, like I said before, I was at the RE Summer School at Edge Hill in July, which is where I met Jennifer, and the folks who coached us for this as well. I saw this kind of project in its infancy. Now I missed the Friday when everyone presented all their work, so I don't know what's going to happen here, but I'm really excited. I think this tool is really important for students, not just at GCSE, which I know what this is aimed at, but I think getting our students lower down the school to engage with this kind of concept as well. We know that evaluation is such an important skill in RE, but kind of just a life skill as well. Their ability to understand, to comprehend, to evaluate, and analyse arguments is incredibly important. So now hand over to Jennifer. She's going to talk about the project work that she did and how we can utilize things in the classroom.
Okay, so yes, mine is a bit more practical, it's a bit more teaching and learning-y, and it's been absolutely fascinating hearing about all the curriculum things, and I think people have mentioned this before, just coming together as RS teachers and being able to speak with other people and get validation from that is just so worthwhile, so thank you very much for inviting me, and it's been absolutely brilliant. So this is a tool that I've developed over a number of years, so the presentation is in two halves really. It's First about argument mapping, which we had a very detailed conversation about earlier. This is the technology side of things, and my argument maps are very much pen and paper, but that is where I started with this. And then the project that I completed over the summer at Edge Hill, which is fantastic. I encourage anyone who is interested in attending that to sign up quickly because it is honestly brilliant. I have also told Paul that because I live in Ormsgate where Edge Hill is, I will just turn up even if I don't get invited, so he's got no choice about that. I will be coming again. So that's really what the presentation is all about. For those of you who haven't encountered argument mapping before, this is where I started. And when I looked at critical thinking skills in pupils and how to develop that, the big answer was argument mapping. And this is what comes up on Google image search if you look into it. And it's really quite confusing if you've never started and tried it before. And I just wanted to break down a little bit about how I use it in the classroom and how it helps pupils to write their essay questions at GCSE. So argument mapping is a diagram. It lays out an argument that pupils can then use to write up in an essay format and turn it into prose. So it's like a thinking tool that people can lay out all their knowledge into, that then they can transform into a complex answer. And this is how it looks when they've completed a good argument map that they will then use for their GCSE 12-mark answers. This is not a pupil answer, this is a me answer, and this is the model that I use with them to show them how to set out an argument map. So the way that it works is that the 12-marker statement is at the top, and then they break it down into the arguments for and against. In really basic terms, we've got the arguments for on one side and the arguments against on the other. They fully develop them until they can't say anymore what that argument leads to. So to take you through the first example there, so math meditation is the best choice of Buddhists. So for those of you who don't do Buddhism at GCSE, I apologise. This is the example that I've got. But in basic terms, it's important because it calms the mind. When people write that down, they then have to ask themselves, well, why is that important? And this is one of the things that, I don't know about you, but I found that pupils stop explaining in their essay questions if you don't force them to say, so what? And an argument map is a good way of forcing them to ask the question of themselves, so what? Why is that important? You just said it calms the mind. Well, why do I care? Why is it important that Buddhists have a calm mind for their religion? And again, sorry for those of you who don't do Buddhism, but math meditation is the foundation of the whole religion. You have to have a calm mind in order to access the rest of the religion. And this argument map goes through that process. So pupils don't just stop and say the calm mind is a good thing, but they then say it's essential for the rest of the Eightfold Path. When they develop that as far as it can go, the pink writing is where they've gone back and found weaknesses in the arguments. We call them the rebuttals, but they've gone back and they've argued back against themselves. Another issue I found from pupils is that when they came to evaluating, they weren't evaluating at all. They were just giving me an argument from the opposite perspective. So they were stealing knowledge from their opposite paragraph in order to evaluate, but they weren't evaluating at all. They weren't looking at the strengths and weaknesses of the arguments. And so the rebuttals in pink are the evaluation. So when pupils are writing this up, they're using them within their paragraphs to criticise the arguments they've just given and also building towards their conclusion. They do that from both sides, and when they've fully mapped the argument, they choose which side they feel is stronger. I'm not telling them at any point in this process which argument they should be saying is the strongest argument. I'm also, hopefully, as I've gone through this process, no longer teaching them the correct way to evaluate, as in, I'm not giving them the pre-decided arguments back. They are able to pick out the weaknesses on their own. And that element has been particularly difficult to develop in pupils, and that's what my project was about over the summer. So I've been using this for about 3 years, and then I've built on this summer. For those of you who would like any copies of these blank versions, I'm happy to send those out. If you just let Becky or anyone else know that you like it, I can absolutely send these. But it's very straightforward. I just give them this blank on an A3, and they can map it within that page. Okay, so what I decided to do to support pupils in the evaluation aspect, those rebuttals, the paper writing, was to develop a tool over the summer that would give them a set of questions that they could apply to any knowledge within any religion and then decide if one was stronger or weaker, etc. So it's a tool to support that evaluation process. And I broke up the tool into scripture, practice and doctrine. I'm sure that that can be argued against and changed and made correct for your context and your religion, etc. But this is what I felt worked for me. And I do have some examples later in the presentation that shows how that works, if that's a little bit overwhelming. And it will be presented to the pupils when I launch this after Christmas, because that's when it's going to start in my classroom, like this, as a physical circle that they have a wheel around that they can just concentrate on one set of questions. I've used that method in the past for improving language, and pupils like having a physical tool. They also don't want to see something with huge amounts of questions or writing on because they get overwhelmed. So that's just a simple way for me to make it a little bit easier on them. It might not suit you, that's entirely your preference. So the way that that would also work is that they would have to know about the authority figures in the religions that I teach, so that they can better judge whether to listen to one piece of advice or evidence from a religion compared to another. So it is paired with a hierarchy of authority figures. So for Christianity and Buddhism, we've got who is at the top, the most important person to listen to, all the way down to the bottom. Because any of those scholars or figures of authority can be referenced by pupils in their work, but they don't often know, without something like this, whose word they should be prioritising, whose word they should be listening to more than the others. So this is another way that pupils can develop that evaluation skill, because for something that seems really obvious to us, that Buddhists should listen to the Buddha as opposed to a man talking about Buddhism on the television, isn't as obvious to students as we think it might be. And so this hierarchy will give them an easy reference, and before long, hopefully, it becomes automatic. So, to give you some examples of how that would work, the 12-marker statement I've got at the top would be something like, euthanasia is always wrong. And for the sake of the example, pupils will be comparing the two quotes, do not kill versus love your neighbour. Now, to decide which one should win the argument of the 12-marker debate, etc., pupils would need to refer to these questions and say, well, who said it? Do not kill being in the Old Testament, love your neighbour being Jesus Christ. Has it been supplanted? Well, do not kill has been. By the arrival of Jesus Christ, you then get all of those scriptures from the Old Testament becoming somewhat old hat, and Jesus being the authority that Christians should refer to in those matters of ethics. Does it align with the ultimate goal of the religion? Well, love God, love your neighbour is the ultimate goal, some would say, of Christianity in the modern world, and so yes, that one should be prioritised. And by the time they've gone through all of those questions, hopefully people will come to an agreement with themselves about which quote should be followed by Christians in the modern world. Now, they might decide that do not kill is the one that should be prioritised. If they can adequately answer those questions and defend their response and say why do not kill should be prioritised, I don't mind, that's fine. The point is that they've thought about those questions and are able to defend their choice, and that is the evaluation skill that I'm trying to teach them, and so they've learned it. It would work in much the same way with practices, Christmas versus Easter. It's another 12-marker that I have had on actual exam papers. I'm sure those of you who do AQA will recognise it. Christmas is the most important festival for Christians, evaluate. And we've got a different set of questions for the practices. Who created it? Has it been abandoned? What's the purpose of it? And by asking those questions and going away and finding the answer, or they've already been taught the knowledge to be able to answer those questions, pupils can decide for themselves which festival, which practice is the most important for Christians today. And then environmental ethics, I've got the Christian Declaration on Nature. That isn't versus anything. It's really to decide whether it is important to Christians today in general. And pupils will be able to say, well, who created this declaration? Why is it important today, etc., by going through those questions. That's pretty much it. it is a really practical tool as opposed to, you know, a grand discussion on curriculum. I think that this works really well with the curriculum that has been talked about with other people though, because it allows pupils to investigate the different worldviews that pertain to all of these questions, but it also allows them to explore the diversity. Because they're asking questions like who created it, they're inevitably looking at the different denominations within a religion. If they're looking at has it been abandoned, they're looking at the developments in religion over time. For something like Buddhism, if we're looking at this hierarchy of authority figures, we have got so many different people that Buddhists can look up to, and it automatically, if they're looking at this, they're looking at Bodhisattvas, which takes us into Mahayana Buddhism, which might then develop us into Pure Land Buddhism. And so it is addressing that diversity and there's endless variety of worldviews without, I think, hopefully overwhelming pupils with too much knowledge. They can take ownership of that themselves.
Just while Becky's going over that, comment online from Farney Fun. Thanks for tuning in, Farney Fun, who says, this looks really neat, a great example to share with us, so thank you. And I think she was specifically talking about the map, the thingy-mabob. Yeah.
Yeah, that was amazing. And lots to think about. So I think evaluation for those skills is really hard to teach in the classroom and to teach effectively and to get 14 and 15-year-olds to work out how to do this well. And so this tool is absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for coming to share. And down to our last speaker, and before we go for our break and then into our panel and Q&A discussion. Again, I don't really feel like Joe needs much introduction, so I'm sure most of you are really familiar with who he is and the work that he does. I'm sure lots of you have attended some of the online deliverance of his kind of research that he's done into how we rise academically. But I'm going to hand over to you, Joe, because I know that we're all really excited to hear what you've got to say. Writing is obviously such a vital skill for our students, and to do it and to do it well is kind of a cornerstone for what we're supposed to be doing in the classroom. So I'm going to hand over to Joe.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I will say this is actually the first time I've spoken at a teacher conference in person. If there's any stage fright on my part, we can put it down to that. I'm here today to talk about how we can get students to produce knowledge-rich writing, and it's been a big focus for me because all of us are passionate about RE. We're here on Saturday, and we think about curriculum for the last few years. And we want a knowledge-rich curriculum. We want something that's beautiful. We want something that's culturally rich. And then we see some of the writing strategies that we use with students, and we reduce student writing in RE to a P paragraph. Many of us got into teaching RE to get students to write a brilliant P paragraph. So I wanted something that would allow students to write beautifully and allow them to write in a way that mirrored the complexity of what we've been looking at in the classroom. So during the first lockdown, I went on a little bit of a journey about how we can get them to write beautifully, and I wanted to focus on a few strategies that we can use in the classroom to get that writing, mirroring what we've been teaching them in the lessons. So I think firstly it's important to consider why it's an important question. So I imagine a lot of us are familiar with the call report, and the point that I really want to focus on is, or the last two, it argues that we should focus on an understanding of religion through disciplinary lenses such as philosophy, theology, and sociology. And I think it's really important to recognise that if we want students to have a multidisciplinary understanding of religion, we need to think about how that's reflected in their writing. Because if it's just reflected in the ideas we communicate, but not in their writing, then I think we're only halfway there on the journey we want to take our students on. And there's also some general points about writing in general. Writing is both the process of learning and the product. So it's a really good way of us recognising what students have been able to grasp, how it's reflecting their thinking and the ideas that we've been looking at in the classroom. And also writing is really hard. From our perspective, I wrote an essay a couple of weeks ago for a course I'm doing, and I've not written an academic piece of writing for about 10 years. It's really difficult. And it made me think that I'm finding it difficult. God knows what our students are going through. So I wanted to think, how can we support our students to allow them to go on that journey of becoming academic writers? That's what we want. So what I thought I'd do in my session today is focus on one specific discipline and what I thought writing might look like within that. So I've gone for the question of what it might mean to write like a theologian. And I've gone for the word like because it's got to be used analogically. We're not saying that students are theologians, but we want them to be able to participate in conversations about theology and to write like a theologian. So based off reading that I've done, like performing how I read, talking to people in the room, talking to colleagues online, and my own thoughts, I wanted to think, well, what might it be like to write within this discipline? So some ideas that I thought of were to explain the origin of belief, the origins of a belief or concept, explain different ways in which a belief or concept could be interpreted, analyse the significance and influence of a belief, and to write about how a key text could have authority or reliability for a believer. So, one really useful strategy for getting students to write like that is taken from the writing revolution, which is the holy text for writing instruction. Okay, if you've not got a copy of it, I highly recommend it. And the most powerful strategy, well, I think about the book has several principles, and one of its principles is that sentences are the building blocks of writing. When I first read that, I was a little bit like, a sentence, a few words strung together. And when I put this into practice in the classroom, I realised why. And one strategy, it's probably the most famous one in the book, is called because but so. And the way this strategy works is that you give students 3 sentence stems, which all remain the same. The only thing that changes is the conjunction you use at the end of the sentence stem. So when we use the word because in a sentence, we're using it to explain why something is true. Okay? Now, within theological writing, that could allow students to explain why a belief has authority. When we use the conjunction but, that would indicate a change of direction, all right, an opposing view. Within theological writing, that could allow students to explain a different interpretation of the belief. And then finally, the conjunction so tells us what happens as a result of something else, a consequence. And within theological writing, that could allow students to explain how a belief might influence how a religious believer sees the world around them. Okay, how they interpret the world which they see in front of them. And if you're using this strategy with students, all you have to do to start is explain what those conjunctions are, and then I will do like a non-RE example. So I'll use the sentence there. I forgot my homework because, and they have to give me a completed model. I forgot my homework, but then give me a way they can finish that sentence. I forgot my homework, so they get the idea of how it works. And then we can move on to the juicy stuff and actually doing a theological example. So in this example, it's taken from a scheme where we've been looking at Christian beliefs about the origin of the world. And so we'll have looked at the key story in Genesis, and we'll have looked at different interpretations of it. And so I give them this sentence then, and it remains the same for each one. The only thing that changes is the conjunction at the end. And what's really nice about this is that as a strategy, it will enable you to test students' comprehension of the ideas that you're looking at in class. Because if they can't complete the first sentence, then they can't provide a reason for why a literalist Christian may think this. Okay? It also allows them to vary their sentence structure. Okay? It checks for their comprehension of ideas. And it's harder than it looks. It's harder than it looks. When I give students this task, they say, you want us to write 3 sentences, and that they feel like they've been tricked into something. And then they give it a go, and because it's quite straightforward, they find that the but and the so are hard. They're harder than they look. And here will be an example of the sort of thing that they could write. I'll show you where we get this from in a little bit. I'll just give you a second to read those examples. So in each one, I would argue that the first one is providing evidence for why a literalist may take that view. In the second one, we've got a different interpretation. And in the third one, we've got a way in which that belief would influence the believer. Okay? We can use it in various ways. So they'll look at other Christian worldview from the creation story, and I can use the same sentence stems with that. And what drives this as a strategy is the content of your curriculum. If you've been looking at ambitious material in your curriculum, then you can use that content within this strategy, right, within these sentence styles. And so here would be an example of how we might complete it with the other sentence stems. There are also other strategies that we could use at a sentence level. So I was not that interested in subordinating conjunctions until about 2 years ago, and now they highlight my instruction time because we can use these subordinating conjunctions to get students writing in a variety of different ways. Each subordinating conjunction on the board serves a different purpose. Some of them can be good for explaining, some of them can be good for chronology, some of them can be good for offering alternate viewpoints. It is about being selective and thinking what is going to work best with the content that I taught my students and sort of like I want them to produce. So here's 3 examples. So if students have been looking at Islamic beliefs about life after death, we could use subordinating conjunctions in these ways. So subordinating conjunction whilst is there. So that students have to write in a way that's going to offer an alternate view. After a person dies, is going to get them writing about chronology. As Muslims believe in physical resurrection, the word as is there to yet again explain belief. So you can use them in various ways. It very much depends on the content you've been looking at in your curriculum. Here's 4 possible ways they could complete it. There is no set response for how they may complete these sentences. But what's good about them is, yet again, it's varying student sentence structure. It's rooted in the ideas that they've been looking at in the curriculum. Because I often find, I'm sure you'll all be the same, you set students a writing task and you think they're going to draw upon the right ideas, and then you get it back and it's a load of waffle. There's nothing relevant to what you've been telling them. These sentence stems really do allow for a focus on the knowledge you've been looking at in the lesson. And if they can't complete it, then it's really useful for checking their comprehension. That means I might have to reteach something. That might be an issue with a misconception that they've got. So what I thought I'd do is, how long have I got left?
You're all good.
Right, so what I thought I'd do is see how can we apply this to an extended piece So if we're imagining that they were writing a paragraph or an extended piece of writing. So this might be a question that we might look at in Key Take 3. So what are the key teachings of the Genesis story and how do Christians interpret it? Now in the past, when I was giving students this question, I'd probably have it on the board and talk about it for a couple of minutes and say, right away. And I wasn't getting the writing that I wanted. So what I thought I'd do is I'll take a step back and I'll start to plan it in a little bit more depth and rigor to get the writing that I expected, to get the writing that I thought they could produce. And so if you imagine this as an assessment task, I'd spend the whole lesson on this private and I'd tell them the question. And I think that's really good on a general level because it removes their anxiety. That they know the question we're going to plan. And before I start, I think to myself, okay, what are the key things that we need to unpack? What are the key things that we need to unpack? And for me, they need to know what Genesis is. They need to know what we mean by that. They need to know what the key teachings are. And they need to know what that word interpretation means. That's the key thing that we're focusing on within from a theological sense. And all students will have a copy, and what we'll do is we'll annotate that question together. And I will pick out what I think are the key points. I'll take ideas from students, and these are the sort of things that we might pick out. This is all based off the content that I've already taught them. So it's not being pulled from thin air. It's based on what we've been looking at in the lesson. And these are the things that I'm hoping, these are the things that I want them to cover. Just so we're starting to get the initial ideas there. Now, in the lesson, prior to the writing, we'll have looked at different Christian interpretations of creation. And one of the things that many of us people have spoken about is this, the importance of recognising the diversity of views within a religion. And I think this will be fit with that. And it's important that our students recognise that there's a variety of ways in which a Christian may read the Genesis story. So some of these arguments are going to refer to how some Christians will interpret it as historical account, some might see it as facts, some might see it as poetic, some might see it as a myth. I will have done some work on these exploring why a Christian may think this, which view do we think is best supported, which view do we not think is credible, and why. So they'll have some ideas that we can draw upon. Now, once we've gone from here, we start to unpack the question. What we'll then do is start to think about putting it into practice in a paragraph. And so another thing that I find in the writing revolution is something called a single paragraph outline, or language they use as an SPO. And there's three key areas to it. The first one is what's called like a topic sentence, right? Something to introduce the paragraph. And with that, we will write that together. We'll write that together. To write that together, we'll draw upon these ideas that we've got here. What is it that we want to write about to start? The next bit is evidence. And previously, I'll just put evidence and that's it. But I've added the questions in italics because what I want students to do is to think within the discipline. And so I imagine this is the paragraph from the literalist perspective. And I've given some questions to get them to think of points within that framework. So what is the origin of this belief of taking the Genesis story literally? Where does that idea come from? According to this group of believers who authored the key text, why does this text level of authenticity reveal about its authority? And what are the implications for saying that Genesis does not have authority? So I've given them these questions because it's my belief that if they could answer these questions, then it's going to give them points of things that they can write about. All right? And the points that they can write about is going to make reference to this work that we've done earlier on. So it's not all being clutched from, pulled from thin air. It's based off ideas that we've looked at. But these questions will get them thinking within that discipline. And then to end, we'll have a closing sentence, something which brings it back to the question at the top. All right? And we can do the same for other interpretations of the story. So if they've written about literalism being, we can get them to plan a paragraph from a different interpretation. To support them with that planning, what we can then give them is questions from within theological discipline. So why might some Christians reject the Genesis story as literally true? Others think Genesis story or so. So we're recognising that there are a plurality of views within the religion of how the Genesis story should be understood. If it is not literally true, how do some Christians look to interpret the story? And if Genesis lacks authenticity, what meaning does it have for Christians? Yet again, their responses to those questions will give them things that they can write about. And they'll use the evidence section to just plan, just bullet point. Like we saw it in Genesis earlier on, they're just mapping it out, just planning it. And then we end with a closing sentence of some kind. The next step would be for them to write their paragraph, and you can look to do this in various ways depending upon how nice you're feeling on the day. You could say, right, you planned your paragraph, go away, revise it over the weekend. The next week you're going to write it without your notes. Or what you could do is they could use their plan to write their paragraph with their notes out. It depends on how you feel on the day. The way I've done it previously is that if they're doing multiple paragraphs, I will let them revise it at home, complete it, give it to me if you want me to have a look, and then they'll do it next week without notes. And I often find that's a really good way of removing their anxiety about extended writing and giving them time to practice it with scaffolding along the way. That's what I wanted to focus on, because I could have spoken for about 10 hours about writing, and I wanted to focus on something very specific and give you some practical strategies that you can take away. Questions that you might want to think about. What do you want student writing to look like? I think it's good to work backwards. Think, well, what is a 12-year-old capable of, having looked at the history of Islam for the last 6 weeks? What could they produce? You might disagree with my ideas about theological writing. You might want to discuss with your partner, everyone else is here, about what key features of theological writing are. I've done this talk on theological writing. I could have done a separate one on philosophical, sociological, but you might want to think about the other disciplines, what might look like within that framework. When do you plan for students to practice their writing? Many of us are fortunate if we've got 1 hour a week. We have to teach the content before we can even think about this sort of stuff. So often we have to be very selective. A strategy like Because We're So might be 10 minutes of a lesson. So we can't do this all the time. You might think about when you can use it in your classroom. Is the writing related to the content students have been exploring? So if it's not, we might need to think about what scaffold we can put in place to support them, and then to bring it all the way back to curriculum. Does your curriculum allow for that sort of knowledge-rich writing? If it's not, then maybe some work might need to be done there. There's lots of further reading that you can do. Reforming RE, The Writing Revolution, basically I'll say some really good books for thinking about both disciplines and writing instruction, and then there's a whole host of blogs. I sent the PowerPoint over so you can access them there. If you have any questions about any of this, please do come and speak to me. I'm more than happy to help. There's my Twitter there, there's my email there, and on my blog there's various examples which you can check out. Thank you.
What a way to end. Thank you so much for delivering that session. Hugely important things to think about. And so then I think we constantly want to work on how do we get our students to write better, as theologians, as philosophers, as social scientists, whatever it may be. How do we take these scaffolds and embed them into our classrooms? And just to very quick notice, we're going to go for a really short break now, just a couple of notices before we go. This afternoon is obviously the panel. The whole remainder of this session relies on you having questions. I refuse to believe that in a room full of RE teachers there is a single question to be asked. If you're not comfortable asking your own, if you want to write one of those slips and give them to me, I'm happy to ask the question and to kind of deliver it to the panel. That's not a problem. If you're not, please don't make me speak into the microphone. I'm more than happy to do that. Just come and find me at the break and put that in my hand, and that's absolutely fine. Just a couple of things forward. We are going to go to the pub, as promised. At the end of this, we're going to go kind of around 4:30 and go straight down. Just a reminder, so just to get yourself ready if you plan to come in for a drink and discussing what you've heard today and other things beyond.
And it's Piccadilly Tap, so
Piccadilly Tap,
literally next to the station.
I'm really hoping someone knows where we're going. It's a reason I took the job. The other thing is, so this time next week, this space is going to be used for another Teachmeet, which is our leadership icons. So those of you who are in positions of leadership or looking to be in positions of leadership, there are still tickets available to that. There's things on their Twitter handle, which will be very similar to ours. If you go to Teachmeet, they will have retweeted that. But same time, same place, but focusing on leadership. And then, I think that's it, wasn't it? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, other than that, it's just that during the break, obviously, we've put some more cans out, and there's obviously still quite a lot of alcohol. And in fact, you're probably the driest event we've ever had. If anybody wants to drink any alcohol, crack on.
It's really entertaining stuff, not like history with our teachers. Please go have selfies for about 25 past to get the panel ready. If you've got questions, please come bring them to me if you don't want to speak. But 15 minutes back.
That's fine, just let me know, just give me a shout.
And see you later.
And I'm just using these questions to
I have to head off. My dog sitter is banned in an hour, so we can get back to Wales pretty quick. Just say thank you, and if you want to visit the school, like I said, then we've got drop me an email. What money do we get to do? Outreach program.
Have you? Is that because
Manchester.
all right, cool. That'd be good. And then I also I'm going to speak to you about, but can you need to go out of your so if you look at the moderator,
yeah, no problem. I'm up in the end 1400.
yeah, that'd be cool. I can't remember, so it's also not see, I was teaching at the time as well. Oh my god!
I was on annual leave.
Yeah. And then I had
Well, thank you so much.
oh no, brilliant. It's been worthwhile for me. Excellent. And next time.
Well, I spoke to the uni about it yesterday, we now put on a minibus so I can pick them up anytime. It was just one of those to me that had all these
Right, okay, fine. So we'll know for next time.
Yeah.
I'll direct onto you.
Thank you very much.
That's brilliant. Thank you. Nice seeing you all.
But yeah, so it's all that sort of stuff. So.
You liked it, yeah? Yeah, no, really good. Well done to the team, innit? We should come, we've got another one next Saturday. Leadership. Yeah, true. But if you know anyone who'd be interested, because it's a weird time with all the train strikes. Well, that's what I mean, yeah. Well, if you know of anyone, pass it on.
You getting some supply work?
Yeah, I did 2 days this last week. Yeah, I did 2 days, and it's a really good school. I'm in again this week, same school. So I mean, it's kind of like it's one of them where I said to you, but no, I mean, no, it's perfect. I mean, they're always good. Yeah. You've got the panel now. Sorry? You've got the panel now. You better ask the good questions. You've got all this experience. Where's the really difficult question? There must be.
I don't want that. Yeah.
I do. I do.
No one wants me being difficult.
So people ask questions about their specific topics, they've still got kind of more broadly as well. Lots of you have handed out your questions, so it turns out you don't want to ask your own, which is absolutely fine. I'm more than happy to. And we've got some that have come through from Twitter as well. I'm going to start with some of the generic ones I think everybody can try and answer. from a teaching and learning point of view, we'll go to a bit more specific. There are lots of us who teach in departments where there's perhaps only one specialist, or they have to deal with a lot of non-specialists. I know that I'm one of those people. From your kind of perspective, and anyone can answer, how can non-specialists be encouraged to become specialists? So what strategies, what signposts, what reading would you recommend to encourage people to become more specialists in the subject that they are teaching?
So I have a large number of non-specialists in my school as well. I'm lucky enough to have 2 specialists who work with me, so we're a team of 3 now. But for a long time I didn't, and so I got into the habit of making it easy for them to be specialists. So I send out a weekly bulletin with the subject knowledge of what they're going to be teaching next, so that they can go away and do background reading. I also produce a handbook for anyone who's new to the department, because often what was happening was that I would have non-specialists who would teach with me for a year, and then in September I'd get a whole new set of non-specialists and starting again from scratch. And so having a handbook ready that I can just go, there you go, that's what the subject is, that's how you mark, that's how we enter data, that's how we moderate, that's all the subject knowledge. It's too easy for them not to become specialists then. I've provided it all for them. I think that we can be a bit cruel to our non-specialists and say that they're not pulling their weight, but actually they've got an awful lot on their plate. And having been in that position when I first started teaching geography and history as well as RS, it was a lot to kind of deal with. And having a team who said, here's the information, would have made it a lot easier for me. So I tried to be as nice as possible and say, well, here's everything. You now have to go away and read it, but they at least don't have to try and search it out.
I would echo a lot of what Jennifer's just said. The overview sheets that I've created for the schemes of work that we have has come out of a result of non-specialist teaching in my department. So I'm really lucky in a non-faith school to have quite a large department. We have 5 full-time specialists and then a few non-specialists teaching as well. So there's a huge wealth of experience in our department that other people can call upon. But those overview sheets came out of being able to provide something for non-specialist teachers in terms of these are the pitfalls of the unit, these are some opportunities that you might want to try and unpick and the misconceptions that you might want to try and unpick. And there's further reading on there, and we have a staff library in my department where, again, lots of the books and papers that have been mentioned today we have, I lent to my non-specialist who teaches English at the beginning of the year, and they're making every RE lesson count by Dawn Thompson and Louise Hutton, and that's been a really good grounding for them, really, in terms of, again, especially the multidisciplinary nature of RE, which is different, I think, to English for them. They've got the skills, but that's one of the things that they've grappled with the most, really. So yeah, again, it's just making it easy for them, being able to give them that information, but just giving them your time. And you, as Jennifer said, you don't want to assume that they don't want to learn.
Obviously, it's not a problem I have anymore, but I did have it when I was a teacher all those years ago in high school. And for me, the difference wasn't between the specialist and the non-specialist. It was between the willing and the coerced. And if you've got a willing non-specialist, there's tons of stuff they can do. And I love when for the summer school to get an application from someone that goes, I'm a non-specialist and I'd love to come on the summer school to improve my subject knowledge in RE. That would be amazing. It's not happened yet. Why is that? Because we're mad as RE people, aren't we? I mean, we're here on a Saturday. Let's be honest. And if you're the non-specialist doing it, you're not going to give up a week of some holiday to learn about your second subject. And I think the real difficulty isn't with the willing non-specialist, it's with the coerced non-specialist who, whatever you give to them. And I remember a colleague coming to me going, I've told senior management, I'm not doing it next year. I hate doing it. I don't want to do RE. And then welcoming her into the next year of teaching it again. Yeah, so I think there's loads of stuff out there for the willing non-specialist. The coerced non-specialist is not true.
Yeah, thank you. The other question I think is something that kind of stems from what we've all been talking about today. So, what kind of responses do you or can you give to parents who challenge the teaching of diversity? We all know that some people will object to that, some people will try and remove their child from RE. We have this kind of unique withdrawal clause, but what kind of responses would you give to a parent or to a child that refuses to engage with the diversity we're kind of pushing as part of our paradigm shift? Easy question.
Sorry, yeah, paradigm shift. So just from a purely practical point of view, I had a parent of one of my year 5 students come to parents' evening a couple of weeks ago now, just before half term, and they were really upset that they were from a very sort of orthodox Muslim household, and they were really upset that their child had come home from school and that we just sort of completed a unit looking at Hindu beliefs, and they were very upset that their child had come home and said, actually, did you know that God can be presented in many different forms, and did you know that God, and they were sort of presenting to their parents in a very innocent way that primary school children do. But what we talked about in class was kind of fact, and obviously I know as a specialist that the language that we used was different. So it was a case of showing that parent the materials that we'd used, showing that parent the booklet that we'd used, showing that parent the kind of conversations that we had in class, because I think deep down they knew that we, as a secular school, weren't saying Hindu beliefs are the true beliefs and that your beliefs are not. And at the end of the day, I had a conversation with that parent who was like, do you know what, I'm religious as well, and if I was bringing up my children, I want them to kind of be formed in the faith that I have as well. But you do send your child to a secular school, and we are going to introduce them to different ideas, and that's part of what it means to come to our school. So you have to be, I feel like if that then escalated up to SLT, that I would be protected in having that conversation and defended by my SLT. So you need that confidence to be able to kind of speak out for our subject, and you need that confidence to be able to go to bat for RE, for a certain brand of sort of whatever your brand of RE is. And then so that parent has now, they were going to withdraw from RE, now they're not, and now we're having a conversation about withdrawing from relationships and sex education, which is obviously the next conversation we will have.
Yeah. And you might keep my focus, the next question to you anyway. So how might primary delivery of RE meaning, like rich meaning, help in a secondary context where students have never been to school before, so they've got no primary education? So I've got a number of students who either had no RE at primary school level, they go to primary school for whatever reason. We've got students kind of coming over who've only done very specific types of RE. How can the primary curriculum kind of build towards the secondary? How's it being useful for us?
Yeah, it's really hard. Transition is a really frustrating point, because when I worked at Charlotte's school, Charlotte used to be my head department, and I worked in secondary. How many feeder schools does Hintonbrook have? Dozens and dozens of different feeder schools, because it comes from quite a rural area. The school that I teach at now, we're in the opposite position where we have dozens and dozens of schools that our kids go off to, because we're in a really urban area with lots of choice. And so you're sitting down trying to come up with a curriculum and say, well, they might go to an Islamic school, they might go to a Christian school, they might go to a Catholic school. And so there's no, without a national curriculum where it's stipulated what they'll do before and what they'll do afterwards. There's also the issue of, different local authorities as well. We're in Southwark, but you were 15 minutes in one direction, you're in Lambeth, City of London, Lewisham, kids go to Dartford and Islington. So without a set idea of what we need to cover and what will be covered, it makes planning really difficult. So we do our best. What's really great is I think and I hope that children in our school get a really solid RE curriculum that maybe isn't the same in other schools. And that means that kids in our school turn up in year 7, and I remember teaching kids like this in year 7, and they'll be like, I know who Moses is, I know who Abraham is, I know what, the Eightfold Path is. Like, they are the nerds in the room, and they love it because they get to be that really knowledgeable person. Maybe they're not the strongest mathematician, maybe they're not in top set science, maybe they don't have a great foundation in history, but my God, in an RE classroom, they are going to absolutely have a banging time being the smartest kid in the room. And I love that. And then also, just look at Charlotte's year 7 unit. kids doing that, that's a level playing field once they've sort of gone through that. So thinking about what your first unit in year 7 is, sometimes there are brilliant units and sometimes there are units that are necessary if you're in the beginning of year 7. But if it looked like what Charlotte did, then it's amazing. And then you can go over to the world of exciting Key Stage 3 RE. But it's really annoying. It's a really annoying situation, and it kind of has made me question how we do things, see both sides of that coin. Sorry, I just got a bit too much time there, sorry.
Oh, fine. This was kind of more general again. So obviously a lot of what we talk about today is how we develop our curriculum, and some of it towards the afternoon is about how we utilise certain skills and tools in the classroom for evaluation, about writing. How do you balance the content that we have to teach alongside the skills that we want them to develop, particularly for those of us maybe at primary level, those in secondary who have an hour a week, an hour a fortnight? Where do you find that balance between them?
I think you can do both at the same time in some instances. So with the ideas I was sharing, I think that can often be a means of developing the skills of writing, whilst also checking their comprehension of what you taught. So I think that is one way of meeting both objectives, the knowledge and the skills. I also think, this is something I need to do a little bit of work on, I wonder whether I could use homework more effectively. So when it comes to like Molly was talking about, how as they transition through school, could we do more on the meaning and interpretation of stories as opposed to spending lesson time going through the story itself? So I think things like that would be a means of enabling us to shift our focus. It is hard with limited curriculum time, especially also as well, what we spoke about earlier on with the non-specialists in departments. That can make it difficult to know where to prioritise, but I do think the best means of going forward is finding the opportunities where you can develop their knowledge and skills at the same time.
I would mirror that, particularly at GCSE, which is obviously what I focused on. I think that when you push for time and push for planning time, you can fall back into, I'm going to tell the information to people so they're going to make a load of notes. And it's such low challenge, and it's such not a waste of time, but they're almost they're writing down notes that they could get given to them automatically. And I think actually we could spend more time doing reading in classrooms, reading aloud, and utilising that as another way of evaluating information. I was having a conversation with one of my colleagues in school the other day about how highlighting a text is one of the most challenging skills that we could do at Key Stage 3, but we don't treat it as a challenging task. We ask people to highlight the important information, and what they end up doing is highlighting it all or just highlighting randomly. But actually, if they did evaluate the most important information in that text and we showed them modelled how to do that, not only are they learning that evaluation skill, they're practicing their reading ability and improving their literacy levels, but we are teaching the skill and the knowledge at the same time without making meaningless notes. So utilising the time to do both, I think, is a really good piece of advice from Jo.
The topic kind of sticks with you guys a little bit. So obviously these are really complex things that we're talking about, and obviously you scaffolded them for us. How do you find that they apply to your kind of lower ability students? Because some of my top end GCSE students are absolutely on board with the argument mapping and how to write like a theologian, but I have students in my group who they're at code level, probably at grade 2 if we're really, really lucky. How do I then, or anyone else, because it's someone else's question, how do we then take that and scaffold it to that level?
I found that argument mapping in particular helps pupils to accelerate their ability. So just in the last cohort of GCSE students, I had pupils who were targeted to achieve a 3 and they were able to achieve a 5 because I had built in that argument mapping from the beginning, and it really allowed them to practice that writing skill and that explanation skill. They weren't able to utilise the rebuttals and the evaluation, and I don't think they tried to, and they weren't ever able to master it, but just in the process of trying, they were able to achieve well above their actual target. So I think that just trying the activities has value, even if they never get to the same level of mastery as someone who achieves a grade 9.
I did a test with an A-level class. I sent them the first 3 chapters of Paley's book, the Natural Theology, that's what it's called, and an argument map of that. And they went through them and asked them basically which was easy to do, and it's absolutely clear. I think the diagramming arguments is a way to make things very, very clear. So if you're trying to explain an argument, it will reach more people than the original source would. But on the top end, it is there's like an infinite possibility of is stretching your able students, because they can they've got huge possibilities to critique the argument and then come up with counter arguments, etc. So I think it's very flexible like that.
So if I'm just thinking about my own examples, if I was scaffolding in more to support students who need extra support, I might give them possible answers they could choose to complete that sentence starter. And maybe they have to mix and match. I might do something like that. I think it's important to give those students opportunities to be successful. So little things like, even before they even attempt the writing test, can they define the key word that is in the sentence? So what does the word hour mean? Or what does the word Genesis mean? Just making sure that you've broken it down to that molecular level. If I wanted to stretch it for other students, I could reduce the amount of content in the sentence starter. So if I was using subordinated conjunction and the sentence starter, I might just give a topic and say, write a sentence about this with this subordinated conjunction. Like, what else? See what they can do. That could be ways of mixing it up.
One of the ways that I often do this is through the development of their oracy, actually, and model it as a conversation before they write it down. So particularly when it comes to evaluation, as Joe has alluded to previously, using non-RE examples, it's really easy for them to do this. We'll do things like the one that they absolutely love is, whether the Jaffa cake is a cake or a biscuit, or our pizza is better than burgers, and we will have, if we model it like a conversation, because it's really easy to evaluate when you're thinking about 2 people talking about it, one person having their position, and then the second person saying, however, I think this, and the first person coming back to that and saying, oh, well, actually, I see your point, however, what about this? And they can do that quite well verbally, and then it's just about them translating that then into the written skills. So we do a lot of it in terms of developing the oracy of it first, and then they understand then what the skill of evaluation actually is.
And what Charlotte's just said links to the Sapere philosophy for children skills. So some of you might do that at Key Stage 3. And if you haven't yet, then start embedding that at Key Stage 3, because if they can start doing that at Key Stage 3, it will help them tremendously in Key Stage 4 and definitely in Key Stage 5, because that is all that is about, having those philosophical, oracy type discussions, and they're able to have that Socratic questioning and response and rebuttal, but in a kind of measured manner. And then once they've done that discussion, they write it up, and they write it up as an essay, and it flows so beautifully for them. They can use Joe's conjunctions there. That will help them to have wonderful essays built in it.
Thank you. So the next one is, so we haven't really talked much about GCSE, but I'm going to bring it back around to that. Lots of schools do kind of Christianity and Islam as their comparative religions. We're seeing less and less of Christianity and Hindu-Dharma, Christianity and Buddhism. How do we actively support schools into exploring those subjects, like those religions and those kind of world views and beliefs beyond Key Stage 3? How do we actively get people excited about GCSE Buddhism and GCSE Hinduism, and rather than kind of not that kind of teach GCSE Islam, I think is comfortable for lots of people. So how do we change that shift a little bit?
My experience is slightly different because I think if I look at, for example, GCSE entries, those in Hinduism and Sikhism have the entries have risen, so schools tend to be doing that more. To not answer your question, so I do apologise, I think if a school chooses to do Christianity and Islam or Christianity and Judaism, which obviously most Catholic schools do now, I don't see that as a huge issue. When I see it as a huge issue is those schools, and I apologise if any of yours do this, the Key Stage 3 curriculum is a preparation for a GCSE, and all you do is Christianity and Islam. So I don't see it as an issue that it's not done at GCSE particularly, just so long as those other different religious traditions are done at some point. So there's one school in particular that I'm aware of, all they do is Christianity and Judaism from year 7 through to year 11. And I think that's where the problem arises. So GCSE or Key Stage 3, just as long as it's done well, and you may disagree with me, yeah, just as long as it's done really and done well. I think that's the issue rather than, I think there has been increase, certainly in Buddhism, certainly in Hinduism at GCSE, and even more so sometimes at A-level as well, because people are seeing, well, we've done Christianity an awful lot, we've done Islam an awful lot. But I do worry that, should I say this? For example, the Catholic schools who just focus on, and I know it's not their choice, it's the bishop's letter, that you need to do Judaism and Christianity. I don't have anything against Judaism, but being told in the Birmingham diocese, where schools have 80 to 85% Muslims in the Catholic school, you have to do Judaism and Christianity. That's the issue. So just as long as it's across the school, we're fine. Sorry, I think well, Mike.
No. There is to not answer your question, there is a disjuncture between everything I said about an ambitious curriculum end goal, about pupils knowing complexity and religion and non-religion and worldviews and fuzzy-edged, and then you get to GCSE and it's about 2 specific religions. And that was what the case brought by British humanists when the GCSE specs were being written was aimed at. And I don't know how many people recall this. The judgment given was that GCSE RS doesn't necessarily encompass all that the school does in terms of religious education in Key Stage 4. And non-religious worldview should be part of that study, which is sort of unrealistic, really. But yes, so it would be interesting whether the RE, whether the religion and worldviews community, next time GCSE specifications are being renewed, whether we would want to campaign for a religion and worldviews GCSE, which would test what pupils know about the diversity of global religion and non-religion, or whether we'd be happy with what we know.
Thanks. Hi everyone. I'm Wendy Dossett from Chester University. I bet I didn't speak earlier, but I think Becky wanted me on the panel to kind of speak about Buddhism. So Paul, I agree with that challenge that you just laid down. Actually, I think we are kind of hamstrung by the world religions paradigm as it informs the public examination system. But I will have to go answering the question. I just would encourage teachers to take the risk with those traditions that perhaps they don't know much about, because there's plenty of good resources out there to research them. And in relation to Buddhism, I think the richness that is there that does enable that challenging of kind of the blueprint of what a religion looks like. If Buddhism is a great way of kind of questioning that and undermining some of the assumptions that underlay the curriculum. I loved what Charlotte was talking about earlier in terms of making the pedagogy apparent in what you're teaching about. I think it's great to have those conversations with children. You know, why is it we think that a religion should have a god? And you can bring Buddhism into that debate straight away. So yeah, I would just encourage teachers not to be anxious about it, or not to. What I often hear about Buddhism is people think it's too abstract or too philosophical. But there's loads of ways into Buddhism. Buddhism is a lived tradition, so there's loads of ways into it that kind of overcome that anxiety. But also the philosophy is not as scary as you might think.
Just really quickly from me, I'm sorry, I'm taking this microphone a lot. I had to justify my choice of Buddhism as opposed to Islam, which is what they had done before. And the way I justified it was contextually, some of our pupils never leave the town that they are born in. And it is a Christian predominantly town, and so by choosing a dharmic religion, I'm exposing them to something that they would never come across in their real lives, and that is the point of our education, isn't it? Is to introduce them to the world. And so by choosing something that is very similar to Christianity, I felt I was doing them a disservice. And so by choosing something that was very outside of their understanding or their everyday lived experience, I was making them better people when they left school, I felt.
And just to kind of follow on from that, so this is more of a question for me, I apologise. So I'm going to be working with a school who do Christianity and Buddhism as their chosen religions at GCSE, who are actively, in like the very last minute, trying to change to Christianity and Islam because they feel that Buddhism is too complicated in its language to support their lower ability students. Now, I'm not keen on moving it at this point in the year, even we're in November, there are exams in May. What kind of hints and tips, because the language is very different and you know there's some very complex terms in there. How would you recommend that we teach those terms or break those words down for those students who may be of lower ability that would struggle with that? Whereas we know there's complex words in Christianity and Islam as well, but I think they look at some of the length of some of the words in Buddhism, for example, just go, oh, that's too much. So how would you break that up? Because I think that's what holds people back sometimes. It's that nervousness of like, how am I going to teach this language?
We also teach Buddhism for our GCSE, and we have a full cohort of 300 to 350 students. So we teach all ranges of students, and sometimes some of our set 6 students, are going to be lucky if they scrape a GCSE at all. To be completely honest with you. And I think actually it's going back to some of the stuff that St. Ab was talking about earlier, always kind of putting it into a way that is going to really make it stick in their memory, and things like stories and associations with the words is really important. Obviously you want them to know the Pali terms. However, technically you can get around that to a certain extent because they do list the English words for it on the GCSE as well. But actually it's about grounding it in something that they can understand. So relating it to a story or relating it to a picture cue. And we always, whenever they try and use, if they talk about suffering rather than dukkha, or patika, or they talk about dependent arising rather than patika samappada, we try and say to them, speak like a Buddhist. And we reiterate this all the time, let's speak like a Buddhist. How would a Buddhist phrase that? And it's just this continually embedding really in terms of getting them to relate it back to a concept that works for them, but being able to, again, in terms of schemata, rooting it into something that they can make the links and connections to.
Thank you. I don't actually teach Buddhism for GCSE and I haven't before. But what I will say is motivation plays a very big part in how our students learn. So if you go in with the mindset that, oh, my students aren't going to be able to do this, then we're not helping our students to succeed. We go with the mindset that they can do this and I'm going to make success inevitable for them. And recall, plays a big part of that. Like Charlotte said, using cues, things like that might help. I never think that we should go with the mindset that they can't do this, but just how am I going to make it accessible to them, which I think is exactly what Charlotte answered.
Yeah, I love all those answers. Just to add, I have a similar issue with undergraduate students. So it's level specific, or level relative. I like telling my students that they're becoming Sanskritists. They're becoming Pali scholars, and they can sometimes break down parts of words because they recognise Maha from another place, and once that starts to happen, same as learning another language really, then they get a sense of empowerment from that.
So yeah, I almost forgot this because I absolutely love etymology and morphology of words. Just had to bring that in there as well. There is always, even in other languages as well, a relevant etymology or morphology of the word, the history and the dissection of the word. Wikidictionary perhaps, they do it really well, the website, to break down the word, and there's loads of other websites I'm sure as well that do that.
Thank you. This one's very different. So it says, have you got any insights on how faith and RE affect mental health? Just a really small question to answer. And kind of how can that idea be developed, I guess? But yeah, any insights on how faith and RE affect mental health?
You go first.
No, go on.
You go first. One of Natray's books you saw, I can't remember who was showing it, the World Views one was being shown. There's one which looks at psychology and its impact on religion. So that one would probably be the best one to start off with, because it looks at how people change their actions and their beliefs and their thoughts and their opinions based on God. So the mental health impact will be within there as well. But I'm sure Wendy's got more because she's worked with people who've faced particular issues, so that probably will lend itself more to have experience of.
Yeah, kind of. My research is in spirituality and recovery from addiction, so I guess it's a topic close to my heart. But I mean, basically, the evidence base is that religion is to a certain extent protective of mental health. So that's just a known fact. I mean, obviously, depending where you look in the religious world, there will be exceptions to that. How RE can be contribute to mental health. I think in RE we are looking at the most challenging existential questions faced by human beings, and to kind of raise those in a safe environment, and to understand that people have different perspectives, and to kind of encourage exploration of those things is potentially really beneficial for mental health, because it gives people a vocabulary for challenging human experience. So it's kind of a side effect of good RE, I would say. I appreciated what Paul said about personal worldviews not being an object of study in the curriculum. But I think it's something that inevitably happens if young people are reflecting on their own beliefs. They're developing their personal worldview. So it is an educational outcome, even if it's not an object of study. And that's the human journey, isn't it? I think.
We've got 50 more minutes, we've got lots of questions. There's been one on social media, which I think Molly's kind of answered to Nikki, but I think is one that we can all kind of discuss. And it says, so you kind of said that the caste system was not relevant when we're talking about Hindu Dharma, but if we're talking about, we're not doing sociology of religion in the classroom, But if we're taking a social sciences approach and looking at power, does it then have a place, especially if we examine the impact of colonisation, historical context and language? So nice easy question, Nikki, thank you.
I think with the wealth of stuff that you find within Hindu Dharma, within beliefs and the practices, for Key Stage 3 certainly, you don't really need to look at caste. It's not the key aspect of Hindu faith. I would say that looking at the concepts of the divine, looking at how the range in which Hindus may worship, that is far more interesting to children, and to then suddenly find Key Stage 3 curricula are highly fixated on caste, which is not how most Hindus live nowadays. It's not practical to live like that, if nothing else. Then it's kind of shifting the focus from where it's meant to be. So ideally, that when it comes up in Key Stage 4 syllabi, that's where it should be, not for Key Stage 3 students, I would suggest. And then it should be in the context of colonisation and the impact of the Raj, etc. And that's why we have the caste system as it is known to us now. Certainly not presenting it as the myth of Purusha shows us that this is why Hindus have gardens and the fascias, etc. Because that's not what the myth of Purusha was saying. It was saying that we need all of these people within society to make sure that society is balanced. Because if you don't have people who are doing the priestly jobs, then you have an imbalance. If you don't have people who are doing protection of society, society is imbalanced. So everybody's valued. The way that it's presented within most textbooks, etc., is showing it's standing up, kind of these are Shudras, etc. But actually, with the Purusha is lying down, and everyone's emanating from different elements of his body, but they're all equal emanating from his body. So it's not showing that there's a hierarchy, it's showing that there's an essential need for everyone to work together to make society balanced. And that's one of the misconceptions of caste that's misrepresented in a lot of textbooks, which is why I would avoid doing it. Certainly avoid doing it for Key Stage 3, not just because of the misconception, but also because there's so much more vibrant stuff to do with your Key Stage 3 children. Why would you focus on that?
This one's still kind of you. Going to do 3 more. Is it problematic to analogize the Trinity with the Trinity? Would you see that as problematic?
Yes, because they're not the same. Absolutely not the same. The Trinity are Father, Son, Holy Ghost. They are 3 different parts, 3 different names, do 3 different roles, but essentially they're one. Trinity, yes, they are 3 different parts, but essentially the same. But it's not. They're all of the same equal standing. One's a protector, one's a creator, one's a transformer. I don't like to call Shiva a destroyer. I prefer to call him a transformer, because that's essentially what he's doing, is transforming old life to make way for new. The elements of the Trinity are not doing the same jobs. And so it's not right from both perspectives, from the Christian perspective or the Hindu perspective, to transpose either of those terms for each other.
I think it's a more general point as well. I don't think there is often much to be gained by trying to describe a religious phenomenon by its similarity to another religion's phenomenon, because any religious phenomenon has a whole set of values around it. So if you start by going, oh, the Quran is like the Bible, but I suppose it isn't, because it's a text. But there's so much value on Quran, there's so much value on Bible, and they don't match, and you miss so much of it. So I think it's a more general point, and unless you're actually doing the study of to what extent are the Quran and the Bible similar, but I don't think I'd introduce the Quran or the Bible by analogizing it to something else. I wouldn't introduce the Trinity by analogizing it to the Trinity. I wouldn't introduce I mean, this was one of the massive failures of the world religion paradigm, wasn't it? That it somehow equated the Hajj with Anglican Christians going to Walsall. You know.
It's exactly what James was saying earlier about using the Christian model.
That's basically what I was going to say. I think by making those comparisons, it's because we are coming at it from a very Western Christianised worldview. We're imposing our worldview of it onto that comparison because we're kind of almost talking about Christianity as almost kind of being superior, and then we compare everything else to it. So we're kind of almost imposing our worldview onto the students by making that comparison, I think.
Also question. It's more for those of you that are kind of working at the university level, because you're kind of at the forefront of the next generation of teachers. Is the future for obviously there's lots of talk about RE at the moment, obviously they're very involved, they're a big fan of RE. Is the future for RE bright? You obviously kind of see the next sort of undergraduates, the future of RE teaching. Is it a bright, you look at kind of the books that are being written and the guidance that's being written and the reports, is it a bright future that we're looking forward to?
I think it can be, and I think there's lots of wonderful things going on. I mean, there's all of you and the students that I'm teaching at the moment. They're amazing, they're bright-eyed, they're bushy-tailed, they see the relevance, they're coming through, they've been taught by good teachers, they understand the value of RE and it's moved on, and there's lots of wonderful things. But we know that one person or movement can just kind of leave it on the vine to die, can make choices that he funds it. At the moment, we have no bursaries available for students, so that means I have 6 RE students this year. When I first started, and I took a long time ago, 13 years ago, I had 25 students. So the way that it is spoken about at governmental level, I've done some research recently about the religious literacy of government and local government and while. Generally speaking, they're not great, but they're making decisions about how religious groups are affected or how religious education should be taught with little or no grounding, and they're looking at it through an Anglican lens, and that's the only type of religion that some people understand. So yes, it's bright because there's lots of wonderful things going on, but it just takes something else. And there are some dodgy bits as well, like in the Wendy Paul.
I think one thing I'd want to say is I do a survey to my undergraduates asking them, why did they choose this subject? And so many of them say, because my RE teacher was absolutely brilliant. And just kind of a sense of, at university level, our reliance on you as fabulous kind of ambassadors for the subjects that you are. I've been excited by the vibrancy of recent debates, since the core report. It's no secret I'm a big fan of the worldviews paradigm. I would love to see that getting more traction really in the system and not just being a pebble that Paul mentioned. I think there's so much potential for that. I agree with James that persuading legislators that, enabling legislators to understand what RE is, and that RE is not fundamental British values or the various other kind of agendas that are about, it's more than character formation or virtue education. There's so much to it, but I don't think legislators really know what it is, and they think it's just where children go to learn to be good or whatever. And I think that's really problematic. The recent debate in Westminster had some very odd things said about the subject. And I think that's a failure on our part in terms of telling people what it actually is. And I know we're a divided community in many ways in terms of, what we think RE is for. But I think the more honest we can be about those issues and what actually divides us and where we can come together over, the aims of the subjects, then that will help us going forward.
I'm fairly positive about the future, despite all this going on, and that's because I've been around for a while. And I remember how down the RE community felt in 2013 and 2014 and 2015, when RE wasn't an EE back, when nobody appeared to care about it, when there was no money. And I think RE has come a long way since then. I think there is a lot more positivity. I think there is massive potential for you guys in schools to teach really well and inspire young people to do brilliant things. My experience of the legislation and the legal position of RE is it ain't going to change. It's still going to be there. I think the emphasis of Ofsted and the department collectively means that if the government's vision that all schools become part of a strong multi-academy trust by 2030 happens, then I think there's enough of us working to put pressure on the politicians and the policymakers to make sure that all multi-academy trusts need to have strong, broad, balanced curriculums which meet the statutory requirements, including RE. So I'm actually fairly positive, and go away and wear orange.
What I'd say is that, of course, RE is far more than critical thinking, but on the other hand, it's true to say that RE is a great subject for critical thinking. And I think the 21st century skills argument is very strong. These are skills that people will need in the future. One thing I did, look at a chemistry A-level paper versus a RE A-level paper. The RE is lots and lots of critical thinking, the chemistry paper isn't. It's knowledge, maths, problem-solving techniques of various kinds. I'm an engineer by background, and I didn't really do much critical thinking, possibly until my 4th year at college on that path. I think RE and some other subjects are extremely important to develop that as a skill, and that is something to push back on the government level, but also, interestingly, with parents. What we found is parents love this idea because it's they understand the importance of the skill.
I think things that are a very interesting point in the subject. I think for the last few years, there's been a lot of theoretical discussion again about what the subject's for, what do we mean by worldview. I think a lot of stuff that Paul was sharing about the current developments is what I'm excited about, because I think we need to move forward a little bit and start to see practicalities of what does a curriculum progression model look like in a worldviews world. That's what I'm excited about. I work with training RE teachers. There's a lot of enthusiasm there. And what I like as well is that I think it's a subject that will always have to fight for its place at the table. It will always have to fight for curriculum time. And I'm really passionate about RE teachers having a voice and showing what's going on in the classroom. I think if people continue to share what they're doing, talk about why it's so important with parents, with other staff members, with head teachers, and I think if we can continue to do that, things can get better. I think I see it as a very interesting time. And I'm interested to see where we go next.
I've got one last little question, and Shepard's going to finish off with hers. The question is for you, Joe. Are you planning to write a book about your writing skills? Because apparently lots of people would like one. No pressure.
I can't say anything right now, but I would love to.
Oh. Interesting.
I can't say anything wrong there.
Yeah, my question is for Wendy. If you'd be thinking about designing a decolonised Buddhist curriculum for Key Stage 3, what are the absolute non-negotiables that we would need to include? But I want you to be really practical because like there are restraints around time and things like that. So what are the maybe 2 or 1 or 2 non-negotiables that we would need to include?
Right, this is rehearsal because I'm doing a podcast for the RE podcast on decolonising Buddhism recorded next Friday, so I ought to be able to answer this question. I think non-negotiables, one is diversity. I think there's a massive emphasis on Theravada, Pali Buddhism, early Buddhism, to the detriment of the rest of the tradition. And that becomes the kind of normative model of Buddhism against which everything else is judged, and that's problematic. And it's got a colonial past. It's because the colonies were largely Theravada, and that was the first encounter with Buddhism. I think the other thing would be the figure of the Buddha, and I think that comes from the world religions paradigm that there has to be a founder, and so the Buddha is it, and therefore the Buddha must be the most important person. And for many Buddhists that is the case, but not for all. So I've done a lot of work in Pure Land Buddhism. Pure Land Buddhists, yeah, they've heard of the historical Buddha, but it's not really relevant. That there are some stories that are important, but it's about the Buddha Amida who's going to bring them to the Pure Land in the afterlife, and somehow our curriculum makes that type of Buddhism seem odd or deviant, and there's that's a colonial legacy really. So just thinking about the figure of the historical Buddha and not kind of matching him to Jesus. He's not the Jesus of Buddhism. It's a far more complicated picture than that.
Thank you. Look up that podcast.
And we're going to finish there, but I just want to say a massive thank you to all of our speakers and to all of our panel who have really made this whole event possible. We couldn't do it without you, without your knowledge, without your time, your dedication, and thank you to everybody who came and gave up their Saturday. And hopefully it was meaningful and you've learned and you've got kind of lots of things in your head to go away and think about. I'm now going home and just rewrite my entire Key Stage 3 curriculum for the 4th time in 4 years. So my colleague's going to absolutely love me when I go back and like, you'll never guess what we're doing now. But there's so much information. I'm really hoping that these guys are really happy to have their slides shared. If people have got any more information, we can send that via email. I know that they're happy to kind of answer your questions and exchange email addresses and all that kind of stuff if you've got anything specific that you want to ask them. But a huge thank you for turning up and for staying and for engaging and for your questions, and a huge thank you to all of you, and a massive thank you to my team and to Tom, who this event wouldn't have happened without today.
And to Becky as well. I think we massive round of applause. We gave up a Saturday meeting, and I got even that slightly more than a Saturday was given up by people organising this. So thank you so much for
Thank you so much. And there will be another one online in January, so
I haven't got there before I could. It's just to say, a massive thanks obviously to backing the teams, but nothing but more than this. We said other than it's fantastic. There's a little card over there for each of you with an amazing mug, a Teachmeet RS mug, to say thank you for everything you've done. Amazing speakers, thanks so much everybody for coming. Really appreciate it if, little favour from us, if you see any litter that's obviously litter on the tables or on the floors, if you can grab that on the way out and just bin it, that would save potentially a little bit of a job there. I know we're heading off to the pub now, so the idea is that if anyone is either heading to the station, because the Piccadilly tap is literally next to Piccadilly Station, so if you do fancy a drink, one of the team will be it's Becky. Becky in literally about a minute is going to gather everyone together and then walk everyone to the Piccadilly tap. So if you fancy that, head on. Thanks everyone and cheers.
Is anyone going for a drink? 1, 2, 3. Anyone else? 4, 5. So maybe just like 5 or 6. Yeah.
Keep working on him.
Nice to meet you. Come on.
Are you a Scouser?
Yeah, for about
Right. I used to work for St. Joseph's in Birkenhead. Parish. No, I worked in the church service. Yeah, the in-service used to be based up there.
So when did you
9 years ago.
Okay.
When I started as a supply teacher in school.
Oh really?
Yeah.
In Newry?
Yeah.
Oh no.
But if you need somewhere to check. I know it's quite near the M60 in terms of parking. It's pretty easy. It's in Oldham.
Yeah.
But if you measure something like 22 or 23 of the M60.
Do you run a lot of them?
Yeah. So it's over at the weekend. There's loads of parking. You can obviously get the cake and stuff like that.
Yeah.
It's big.
I mean, yeah. How
I know
big?
this is
How
you.
big?
How big do you want it to be?
For history.
All right.
Are we looking for somewhere?
The main performance hall seats, you can fit a whole year group in, and that's about 350. Yeah, but there is a sports hall as well, but that's not tiered. The performance hall's tiered.
But it's the whole night.
It looks like it. It looks like
Yeah,
it.
yeah, it looks like that.
Yeah. And BBC, if you look on his Twitter, you probably see
Oh, right.
BBC were on Thursday, so all black curtains, and it's tiered seating. And then downstairs, the RE. Yeah.
So we need to be wired up to all of this. Live stream going, great Wi-Fi.
So we've got that.
Yeah.
We've got the PA.
system. I mean, most places
Decks and stuff like that we can see then. Yeah, and Lynn was there, wasn't he? Yeah. I was like, how the hell did he get
No one turned up.
It must have been 5
He was like, I said to him, so he did nothing I asked him to do.
Yeah.
On there, couldn't plug anything. That's just a catalog. So that was my lesson. Doing self-taught. Don't like Thank you very much.
And if you want the breakout room, so where our hall is, like literally if you go from here to where the front door is, you're in RE, we have the back side of the space, so classrooms off it. So if you wanted to do like workshops, you could put the costumes, it depends on what you're doing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. School, even if it's a really nice school, it's still a school. Like you see the man at so-and-so high school, it's still in school on Saturday. So I'm trying to sort of avoid that. But equally, what costs do you think?
You know, people knows it.
Well, yeah.
It's not like,
But I'm only doing it doing it.
He is a really good speaker, but he's like a deputy Lord Lieutenant. And
Is he just worse?
I think he's worried about saying yes, he'll do it, and not being able to do it as well as it should be done.
Start with there's no obligation to do two shows. See how he gets on, see how much time it takes.
I agree with you.
And
Because
then
he does so much for other people, and other people in leadership.
Yeah.
Take his ideas all the time, present his own. So I think he needs to have an option to like say, not that necessarily he's the.
No. But he's quite humble, isn't he? He's quite humble guy.
Yeah, he is. I'm married to him, and he genuinely is like that.
No, that's how I feel.
They call you sir. Quite often calls people sir.
Probably.
Yeah. Do you need to take him to the station?
We don't know what pub is.
Take him to the station if you want.
Shabna, was Becky gone? Shabna, has Becky gone? Has Becky gone? Oh, she's gone to the car. She'll be back, don't worry. I am, yeah. I'm just going to take 20 minutes in and I'll follow you up. Yeah, I mean, they'll do something. I don't need to do it. It's the jazz. Well, to be honest, everyone seems to be the only thing in a minute, I'm going to go to and I'm just going to yeah, I mean, you can shift everything from there into the kitchen. Yeah.
I'll try anyway.
Yeah, try your best. Nice to meet you though. Thanks
You
for
too.
coming.
All right, see you later.
See you
Thanks for
later.
having me at the last minute.
Yeah.
See ya.
See you later.
Did I